Ladies and gentlemen, welcome at the 9th edition of the Prague European Summit, the event which is located in the heart of Europe and which converges to address the pivotal challenges which are shaping our continent's future. My name is Aneta Zachová and I'm Editor-in-Chief of Euractiv Czech Republic, and I'm also Program Coordinator of this year's Prague European Summit and the main moderator. So you will see me quite often here at the stage presenting panels which are coming, let's say. This year's Prague European Summit is being held under the umbrella title Reshaping Europe Towards Greater Resilience Amid Global Crisis. So we will focus on the resilience which is currently tested but also refined amidst the winds of change we are observing in the world. Throughout the summit, we will engage in panel discussions and chats to discuss three main interlocking thematic circles: economic resilience, political resilience, and forward resilience. The aim is clear: to have open discussion, to share our visions, ideas, to deepen our knowledge, and also to share our concerns, and hopefully to find some solutions and some foresights for the future. Prague European Summit so far has connected thousands academics, politicians, NGOs, businesses and representatives of other stakeholders to discuss various political issues and trends. This year, we also are very happy that we can continue with our esteemed tradition, bestowing the Vision for Europe Award, which is celebrating those personalities whose ideas and activities actually shape Europe. So for sure, stay with us till the evening, because at 9 p.m. at 9:10 we will celebrate this ceremony. Last year, Karel Schwarzenberg was awarded with Vision for Europe Award. And maybe you noticed that downstairs we prepared a condolence book, so you can sign the book, which will be later given to family of unfortunately deceased Karel Schwarzenberg. What else is awaiting us when it comes to Prague European Summit? Besides discussions that are taking place here, this year, again, part of the Prague European Summit is the Future European Leaders Forum, which is gathering young people from the whole Europe to, let's say, boost their skills via workshops and other activities, and tomorrow these two events will merge because you will have the possibility to actually listen and engage with this group of young people who are participating in the Future European Leaders Forum. Let me also point out that the success of this event is attributed to two leading Czech think tanks, the Institute of International Relations and the European Institute for European Policy, who organize Prague European Summit in collaboration with the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic, representation of the European Commission in the Czech Republic, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, Hans Seidler Stiftung, European Investment Bank, and City of Prague. We would also like to thank to our main partners, Mercedes-Benz Praha and Institut Français, for their support, as well to other partners, which names you can find on your badge or on the corridor on roll-ups. So now I think we have all taken our seats. I can see that the golden hall of this beautiful Lichtenstein Palace is already full of people, not only speakers, but audience, which is well known about all the events all the issues we will discuss during this afternoon. So I hope you will enjoy the Prague European Summit. And before we start with discussions, I would like to invite here to the floor representative of the government of the Czech Republic and also representatives of the mentioned two leading institutions which are actually organizing Prague European Summit. So let me invite here Mr. Tomáš Dub, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, and also I would like to invite to take seats Mr. Mats Braun, Director of Institute of International Relations, and Martin Vokálek, Executive Director of European Institute for European Policy, for their opening words of welcome. As a first, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dub. So please, Deputy Minister, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here today and welcome you to the second day of the Prague European Summit. I am convinced that today will be full of inspiring ideas and constructive dialogues about the future of Europe. As you can see, I am not the Minister for European Affairs, Martin Dvořák. Unfortunately, Martin was unable to attend today's conference due to illness. However, I should tell you that he apologizes very much and sends his regards. Let me begin by emphasizing the important contributions of the Prague European Summit. In its 9 years of existence, the summit has emerged as a unique and vital platform in Central and Eastern Europe, focused on the European Union. It has become a space where dialogues with the highest levels of European public and non-governmental sphere take place. The importance of this summit cannot be overstated, as it continues to foster a rich exchange of ideas and perspectives. At the core of the Prague European Summit lies the essence of public diplomacy, a dynamic force that becomes even more critical in the time of global crisis. Resilience, as we navigate the complexities of today's challenges, is not only a quality we seek in our policies, but a mindset that public diplomacy helps cultivate. It's the art of fostering understanding, building bridges between cultures, and creating a space for open dialogue, all of which are essential in building a more resilient Europe. We must not forget that diplomacy matters. It is the heart and soul of international relations. It is the art of finding common ground, resolving conflicts, and building enduring connections. In a world where cooperation is vital, diplomacy becomes the vehicle through which we navigate the difficult web of global challenges. As such, it plays an important role in our security ecosystem. From climate change to economic uncertainties, the need for effective diplomacy is not just desirable, it's crucial. The Prague European Summit stands as a testament to the importance of diplomatic efforts in shaping a world where cooperation triumphs over disagreement. Prague European Summit over the years has become more than just an annual event. It's a symbol of commitment to promote partnership and understanding. Its unique focus on the European Union in Central and Eastern Europe makes it a pivotal player in shaping regional discourse. I encourage each of you to actively participate, exchange thoughts, and contribute to collective vision for a more resilient Europe. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to numerous enthralling panels and interesting discussion, which is attended. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, colleagues, honored speakers, I'm happy to see so many people in this room today. The title of this conference is Reshaping Europe Towards Greater Resilience Amid Global Crisis. Reshaping Europe. We will talk a lot during this conference about the future of the European Union and also Europe at large. Resilience. Resilience has been a buzzword for the last few years. Some would perhaps even say that we use the term resilience a little bit too often lately. However, if we look at the many crises we have gone through during the last decade, we had the Eurozone crisis, we had the so-called migration crisis, we had Brexit as a crisis of European integration, we had a crisis of democracy, not the least here in Central Europe. We have had the crisis of a pandemic, COVID, even if I think many of us have kind of forgotten about that already. And of course, right now, we have Russia's war against Ukraine, a war that actually has been ongoing for almost a decade by now, of course, taking on quite different proportions since February last year. And as that wouldn't be enough of crisis, I haven't mentioned yet the global crisis, existential crisis of our time, that of climate change. So I do think there is a point of still referring back to the term resilience, because I don't really know what other term to use in this context. Even so, though, I would like to focus a little bit more on the term reshaping. Because all those crises that I mentioned, they have in common the need for cooperation, a need for finding new ways of governing within this context of as a changing world. Within this conference, we do not focus on the complete global dimension, but mainly on the European dimension, on the European Union. And we started actually already yesterday in the evening with two panel discussions under the name In the Face of War, European Dialogue. And during that evening, among others, different narratives on Europe, in Europe, were being discussed. And of course, narratives are closely related to identity, a concept which often comes close to one of othering, that is defining what we are, what is Europe, which often comes in the context of of saying in a negative terms what it is not, which then, of course, provides the risk of generating differences, creating boundaries, creating borders. However, when it comes to the European Union, the Danish international relations scholar Ole Wever once famously stated that the European Union's other is actually the continent's own past, the brutal war, the Second World War. So defining this organization, this project, in opposition to the horrors of the Second War. And from that perspective, of course, the European Union over the years has been viewed as a success story, a story of reconciliation between Germany and France, a story of building peace. Yet, what does that bring us? Where does that bring us in the context we have today of a full-scale war on European soil? Some would say that it shows the limits of the European Union as a peace project, in the sense that the EU's idea has been about showing that increased interdependence between states can replace the logic of rivalry between states. Has worked for reconciliation within the European Union, but the ambitions have been higher. We have often spoken about the EU leading by example. An academic term, normative power Europe, has also often been articulated by politicians and European commissioners. But perhaps it has not been enough. And for that reason, of course, we hear a lot of talk, and we have heard from the European Commission as well, talk about the European Union as a geopolitical actor. In any case, I think, getting back to the theme of the conference here, and what we will be discussing during many of our panels here, reshaping Europe in the face of war, the EU is searching for a new identity and a new relevance. And I think the entire Europe is searching for a new European order, which is something we will address during the conference. We will talk about the future of EU's neighborhood policy. We will talk about the future of enlargement. I mean, just think about it. We might actually have 9 new EU member states by the year 2030, or perhaps even earlier. A radical change of the European Union as an organization. But perhaps it would be an even more radical change of organization if the EU would say no to any of those democratic European states applying for membership. Well, these are some of the topics we will address during this conference. We will, after this opening ceremony, however, start with a panel discussion on sustainable European and global economy. I will not speak any further now. I'm happy to hand over the microphone to Martin Vokalek, who is the director of a partner institution here, Europeum. Please, Martin.
Thank you much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Good afternoon, and thank you for being with us on the Prague European Summit. Already since its first edition in 2015, the summit aims to be an instrumental platform designed to address pan-European challenges and stimulate constructive discussions. Our collective mission is clear: to set the trends for the future of the European Union, strengthening the global role, while simultaneously constructing a sustainable and resilient society. We also strive to connect stakeholders within Czechia and EU, from the state administration, EU institutions, businesses, expert communities, civil society, and the press. Before we delve into 2 days of discussions, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the whole organizational team of the summit, and in the same time to our main partners, whose generous support and participation have made the 9th edition of the Prague European Summit possible. Particularly, and namely, it's the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, representation of the European Commission to the Czech Republic, Hans Seidel Stiftung, European Investment Bank, City of Prague, and many others. Our partners are driving force behind this gathering, and we deeply value our commitment to fostering dialogue and collaboration. In the same breath, I would also like to take a moment to commemorate a great statesman who embodied the values of all of us here share, Mr. Karel Schwarzenberg, the late Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senator and Chancellor of the President Václav Havel. Mr. Schwarzenberg's dedication to diplomacy and his vision for a united Europe have left an enduring impact not only in the Czech Republic, but in the whole continent. His legacy continues to inspire us. It was with his great honor that at last year's summit, in this very same room, we could present Karel Schwarzenberg with the Vision for Europe Award, a tribute to his enduring influence on the European narrative. This award symbolizes the spirit of leadership, vision, and a dedication to a united Europe and continuous work towards these ideals, which he truly embodied all his life. Allow me to share with you a quote from Karel Schwarzenberg's speech after receiving the award 1 year ago, and I quote, "If we stay a united Europe, where we can depend on each other, where neighbors and friends will help each other and resist external influence, it gives us a greater chance not to repeat the sad history of the last 100 years. I see the difficulties and problems of a united Europe, but it is more resilient, more resistant to new accidents of history and to new waves of stupidity, which can always happen in the human race." End of quote. In embracing the challenges and opportunities before us, let us draw inspiration from Mr. Schwarzenberg's wisdom as we engage in the dialogue in the upcoming days. Let it be infused with the spirit of unity, resilience, and shared commitment to shaping a Europe that learns from its history and builds a future of strength and cooperation. And to honor Mr. Schwarzenberg's legacy here, I would like to kindly ask you, instead of a moment of silence, honor him with a moment of great applause he truly deserves for his unselfish and endless effort to make Czechia and Europe a better place for us. With a gratitude for your presence and a deep appreciation for the legacy we honor today, let us continue the journey of collaboration and dialogue at this year's Prague European Summit, which we now declare officially opened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your opening words. I would like to now ask you to take the seats in the audience, as we can now start with the discussions that what we are here for. Let me remind you that in this Golden Hall, we will see a panel discussion towards a more sustainable and prosperous European and global economy through trade and investments. And those of you who registered for the closed roundtable focusing on countering disinformation, this event is taking place at 2 o'clock in the Kampa room, which is just behind the corner. So who registered for this closed roundtable, please, you can take seats in this dedicated Kampa room, which is just behind the corner. Let me also remind you that you can join Slido application this afternoon. You can find it at slide.do and use hashtag PES 2023. You can see the hashtag and the instructions here and also in your materials you received at the entrance. So stay engaged and ask questions and give us your comments via this application. And right now it's time to start with our first panel discussion. So I would like to welcome here distinguished speakers, François Schmidt, Mirek Dušek, Johan Schanz, Sabine Weyand, and also the moderator, Vanda Kofroňová, to take seats here and to start with discussion. So again, please, speakers of the first panel discussion, I can see that you are already coming to take your seats. There is no rule when it comes to chairs, so just choose whichever you want. And now I would like to pass the floor to the moderator, Vanda Kofroňová from the Czech television. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Good afternoon. Our globalized world faces many problems. We've heard about many of them at the very beginning of this panel, and some of them can be solved by trade and investment. European Union would love to lead the process, to be the leader of the change that needs to be seen in the world to a more sustainable and prosperous future. We have seen many initiatives in last decade, the Global Gateway, to name the one, or trade agreements with other partners, strategic partners throughout the whole world. But despite of all those efforts, we still lag behind our competitors, the USA and China. Are European strategies good enough, sufficient? Do we have to change them? Do we need more money? What should we do to build more resilience in European economy? That's our topics for today. I remind you that you can use Slido. We would love this discussion to be really a discussion with all of you. So please ask your question through Slido. And now it's my great pleasure to welcome our special guests. I will start from a lady, Sabine Weyand, Director General for Trade of European Commission. Hi, welcome. François Schmidt, analyst from Mercator Institute for China Studies. Hello and welcome. Mirek Dušek, Managing Director of World Economic Forum. Welcome. And Jochen Schanz, Senior Economist from European Investment Bank. Hello. At the very beginning, I would love to ask you for opening remarks, one each of you, and I will start with Director General Weyand, please.
Thank you very much. Does this work? Yes. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very happy to be here in beautiful Prague. I landed late morning, so I just had a short walk on the Charles Bridge, but made me want to come back again. But I landed at Václav Havel Airport, and I had lunch under the photo of Václav Havel. So I thought for my introductory remarks, I should aspire to what he excelled at, which is to express uncomfortable truths with clarity and sometimes also the necessary brutality. So I'll try and do that. So 3 messages in hopefully 3 minutes. First of all, I think we have to recognize business as usual is over. We live in a world of multiple crises. We have seen shifts from a rules-based system to a power-based system. The focus in the economy is shifting from efficiency to resilience. We are moving from a perception of economic interdependence as an opportunity to economic interdependence as a risk. These changes are here to stay. I think we have passed the tipping point on these. So that's the environment we operate in. Second point, there's no room for complacency. We are rightly proud of our internal market, of our single market, which has been underpinning the strength of our economy, but we have to be very careful that we don't take it for granted. We are currently lagging behind, you mentioned it, in productivity compared with the US, in terms of growth as well, which is the ultimate driver of competitiveness. The gap started widening in the early 2000s due to the slower emergence of the knowledge economy in Europe. There are many reasons for that, but the lack of single market integration, notably also the capital market integration, and sluggish investment are reasons for that. So we really have to get this right, and I think one of the next key themes for the legislative cycle in Europe will be competitiveness, and that is for a reason. But the solution here should not be to try and copy recipes that have already been tried and failed. Rampant subsidization, unilateral tariff increases, or generally turning inward, that's not a path that will lead us to growth and prosperity. We don't even have to look back at the 1930s to realize that. Just look at the recent data on the impact of the Trump tariffs on the US economy. These Trump tariffs have not achieved any of their objectives. They have not shored up employment in the US, and they have certainly not helped with addressing the trade deficit. So let's focus instead on our strength and promote a strong economy at home. That is the heart of the Green Deal industrial plan, and that's also our long-term competitiveness strategy. And of course, trade and investment policy has a key role to play here. Our strength depends on the strength of the competitiveness of our exports. That is also the pathway to resilience, not just to efficiency and prosperity, but also to resilience. And I think that is something which is not necessarily sufficiently reflected in the discussions we are having here. So from that point of view, we really have some work to do. We have rejigged our trade policy quite considerably over the last 3 or 4 years on the basis of open strategic autonomy. We still need openness, we also need fairness, and we have equipped ourselves with a lot of instrument to act if our openness is abused. And we are not hesitating to do that, whether we are talking about trade defense instruments or whether we are talking about the anti-coercion instrument, when we are being forced into certain behaviors or try to be forced into certain behaviors. And I think all this requires constant work, and that means continuing to invest in reviving the WTO, bilateral trade agreements, but not just the standard trade agreements, the comprehensive ones, which are difficult to negotiate, but we also need to have more agile instruments, digital trade agreements. That's something the Czech Republic has always gotten right, the insistence on digital, and because our competitiveness very much rests on digitally enhanced service provision. So that is something we need to focus on. And then we have new formats of engagement where trade agreements are not possible, and that is the Trade and Technology Council with the US, with India. But we need more. And the last point I wanted to make is we are still looking at different policies too much in isolation. And I think that's a luxury we can no longer afford. We need to bring together all policies, industrial policy, economic policy, foreign policy, trade policy, investment policy, in a coherent economic statecraft. That is what other actors have been doing for a while already, and it is something that we have to get better at. That is what is behind the economic security strategy, but it is also behind Global Gateway, which you mentioned, where we bring together concrete projects, funding, and regulatory policies in order to promote our collective resilience and prosperity. And I will leave it there. I think it was more than 3 minutes. Sorry about that.
Never mind. It was well spent time. Mirek Dušek would be the second one who I asked to share with us his opening remarks.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me. First, congratulations to the organizers. I really like the proactive framing of the whole summit. I represent an institution that is based in Geneva, in Switzerland, global in focus, and we work with the public sector and the private sector, and so we work a lot with companies. So if you allow, maybe I could just contribute to this discussion a little bit with the lens of how a lot of the business leaders that we work with from around the world that are either European or are invested in Europe, what are the things that they're looking at when it comes to Europe's competitiveness. I just wanted to underscore what you said just now, also for us, post-COVID and given all the other shocks, we really are in a different world, different economy. And so I think it's really important, or at least the way we look at it, is that when you talk about European competitiveness, you look at it in terms of how that will do in the new global economy. And I'll just elaborate on that a little more, but it's really important that we have that forward-looking lens. As you elaborated, we also think that the geopolitical, geoeconomic landscape is very different. So the power balance or architecture is changing rapidly. It's not set. So some people would call this a new era. I think we need to see what that is. I think it's better to say it's a world in transformation. But for sure, I think you're all seeing that things are changing, new partnerships, new coalitions are being formed, new countries are becoming more important maybe than 5 or 10 years ago. So it's just very important to pay attention to those shifts in the geo-economic landscape, if you will. But then, of course, if you ask CEOs, of course, top of mind for them, a lot of them have woken up to the geopolitical risk landscape, of course, let's face that. But then a lot of them, of course, pay a lot of attention to technology and innovation. Obviously, AI is top of mind for many, but quantum and biotechnology would not be very far behind. And obviously, then companies also look at kind of the whole system of nature, climate, and energy together. And what does that do to them in terms of what they need to do, but also their relationship with public sector, so either the European Union, the Commission, etc., or national governments. And so how are we doing in terms of, if we look at this as a new global economy, and how do we successfully compete as Europe in this new global economy? So what are the starting blocks? Where do we start? And I think you hinted at that too with your brutal kind of lens there, that I mean, if you read about it, you know that obviously, for example, the share of global GDP, Europe's share has fallen or has been sliding. 1995, it was about 27%, now it's about 18%. Industrial value also, we've been deindustrializing in Europe. This is something that is not new, but I think it needs to be stated that obviously vis-a-vis the United States and China, Europe is on par with China now in terms of the size of the economy in nominal terms, but we've been in a better position. In 2008, I think we were roughly the same size as the US. Now, if I look at the future, what I would like to do, if it's okay, just very briefly look at AI specifically, because it sometimes helps to just look under the hood of what are the drivers of competitiveness and how are we actually doing, if you take Europe now, in terms of that specific field. And so people would, for example, look at the supercomputer landscape as kind of the plumbing for the AI race, if you will. And so there we have in Finland, Lumi, we have Leonardo in Italy, so some of the fastest, most powerful supercomputers. But if you look at the share of the most powerful 500 supercomputers in the world, and if you look at how China and US and Europe is doing, Europe has the smallest portion of those. If you look at investment, so this is something that also you mentioned. So in terms of public investment, as you know now, everyone talks about industrial policy. So obviously a big portion of that is also related to the technology space. And so, for example, just as a factoid, in terms of the proportion of GDP, Saudi Arabia leads in terms of the public investment landscape in terms of AI. In Europe, just so that we all know, Luxembourg and Slovenia are best in terms of how much government money goes into AI, specifically per capita. But I think what is more important is private investment. And so there, the gap, particularly with the United States in Europe, if we on AI, but I think it's then it could be relevant for other disciplines. The gap is really striking in terms of how much private investment there is in the United States. China is far behind, but Europe is way far behind in terms of private investment AI. The other thing I would mention very briefly is also we think, in general, I think we're doing okay on STEM education in Europe. I think it's true, but I think what matters if you're really trying to compete is also absolute numbers. So there, for example, on STEM graduate, the US and China, again, total number much higher. In terms of also the research centers, and I'll finish very soon, in terms of the research centers, also the most high-ranked AI research centers right now in the world, most of them are in the US, some in China, Europe, a little behind. So I'm happy to elaborate on this further. I just delved into things where Europe is not doing so well on AI. Of course, there is this huge promise of of AI now regulation, the new legislative action, but just to paint the picture of how important some of these growth drivers are. They will drive competitiveness overall for actors in the new global economy, and I think we need to be clear-eyed about where Europe is and where it needs to go. So that sense of agency is important as well, and happy to elaborate on it.
Thank you so much. Mr. Schmitz, I've seen a lot of nodding at the beginning, but then at the moment when Mr. Dušek was talking about the education, you seem to disagree. So maybe before you start with your opening remarks, would you share us your thoughts? You don't need to...
Okay, it's automatic. Okay, a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon to everyone. No, I was only reacting to the STEM consideration. That's maybe because from a Chinese perspective, so I'm from the Mercator Institute for China Studies, the biggest think tank in Europe on China. Obviously, the comparison is quite striking. China has a tendency to produce roughly 40 to 50% of its high education degree in STEM, which is much higher than any European countries, I think. So this is maybe where I was a tiny bit surprised, but maybe because of my China-specific background. To come back to the general discussion in the introductory remark, let me start with the very obvious. I'm pretty sure everyone is aware of it, but it's good to say it once again. Europe needs the rest of the world to pursue its basic objective. First, to access energy. Either old energy or new energy. Europe does not have the domestic capacity to generate those commodities that produce that energy. Europe needs the rest of the world. By most metric, for prosperity, Europe also needs the rest of the world. There is a discussion on the potential undervaluation of the cost of certain costs related to openness. Irrespective of that, no country has been developed and prosperous without opening up onto the rest of the world. Those are the basic elements of the conversation that simply exclude at least some chunk of the possibility regarding trade and openness we might have ahead of us. Now that we've said that, we've only excluded the most extreme ones, and we have still a very significant amount of options ahead of us. And in that regard, unfortunately, I think for Europeans, reality has challenged our previous collective response, which was openness. By opening up, we were both generating prosperity at home and accessing the goods we needed from abroad, and even potentially contributing to securitizing our global environment by generating global prosperity. This is no longer the reality or a sufficient response to the reality of today, it seems. Two main challenges have come to challenge that balance. First one, and everyone has mentioned it, the geopolitical environment. Non-like-minded partners are on the rise. Like-minded partners are either on the decline or diverging from their like-mindedness. And the second big divergence is the challenge regarding the environment, where we are falling behind our objective to keep the global warming on track to a sustainable, or at least an environment we can survive in as human beings. And in that respect, that challenges our response, and openness no longer seems like the perfect answer, or at least by itself a good answer or sufficient answer to the challenges of the day. The upside to it is those are common European challenges, and by being common to Europeans, they by definition naturally generates a necessity for more Europe and more common response by Europeans with those challenges. And we are not starting from scratch. Obviously, Europe is a big boat, a lot of inertia in it, obviously, as any big boat has. But over the past 4 to 5 years, as an analyst on European trade policy, I can tell you, it has been extremely dynamic. And we have seen the European Union iteratively trying to come up with new answers and refining its approach to openness in order to adapt to the challenges of the day. One large element has been around the Green Deal ambition, which is basically Europe going unilaterally, doubling down on its domestic effort to pursue environmental protection, which comes along some stronger effort to prevent environmental leakage, because of that greater gap between European environmental efforts and the rest of the world, which is a change of grammar regarding the way we articulate with the rest of the world. It doesn't mean closeness, it means a more complex, a more balanced openness. And the other dimension was set, I would say, on track by the discussion around open strategic autonomy, and today the discussion around economic security that has followed through, and around the ambition of de-risking our relationship with our non-like-minded partner, first and foremost. And those has led to a flurry of policy. And trust me, it has been very difficult to follow and analyze all that. Good job. We can come back on that. I'm not going to iterate through each one of them, but they have really been, for many, quite revolutionary from a European perspective. We have developed new instrument, we have beefed up former instrument, we have been innovative in the way we apply traditional instrument, typically tackling transnational subsidy along the Belt and Road Initiative by the Chinese in a very legally and politically innovative way, and that people might not have talked about enough to my impression. But unfortunately, challenges keep on increasing and keep on accelerating, and the geopolitical reality at our borders are unfortunate reminders of that. And so we need to keep on moving ahead, and I think to move ahead there is mainly three questions we need to ask ourselves, and we need to collectively come up with a new response as Europeans on what are our collective preferences in that regard. And the first one is more or not more Europe, and how do we have more of Europe? Where do we need more Europe? How much each European country is willing to let go of its own policy margin in order to gain more European leverage to tackle the issue we have ahead of us? This is, I think, a gigantic question throughout the European Union that needs to be addressed. The second one is a reinterrogation of the relation between the market and the state. There has long been a consensus among Europeans towards a very ordoliberal approach, where basically the state regulates and the market operates. This, unfortunately, is being challenged by our partners and begs some questions for Europeans. And then finally, regarding trade policy, we have accumulated demands regarding the rest of the world. Be greener, be safer, be more like-minded, be better on human rights. But now comes the question of what are we willing to give extra to pursue those objectives. And unfortunately, and I think typically the difficult negotiation with Australia, with Mercosur, and even with Chile or Mexico are a reflection of our uncertainty, if not inconsistency sometimes, in the multiplication of the objective we pursue without putting more money on the table, if I can say so.
Thank you. Your speech provoked our audience to ask you questions, so it was great. Thanks. Mr. Schenz, you represent investment world here, the European investment. Can you share first thoughts with us?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also to the organizers, I think, who seem to have done a tremendous job. I received emails at midnight and, and later. It's really very impressive. And I'm also very happy to say I'm working for the European Investment Bank. I'm very happy to say that we are once again a partner of this event. Thank you for the invitation. So I found it very interesting what you said in your opening remarks, because you were emphasizing the need for investment, the need for skills, for competitiveness reasons, right? But you can come to exactly the same conclusion if you don't talk about competitiveness, but if you start from the idea that what we need is to bring forward the green transition, right? This is not possible without lots of investment in green energy generation, in replacing the use of fossil fuels through green energy, through green sources of fuels, and also to when it comes to improving the energy efficiency of our economies, of our housing as well. So I would like to talk about three points in the following. First, private investment and public investment, and then come back to a point that you all also mentioned, coordination. In my you mentioned cooperation in a much wider sense, right, than I will do. I'll come to that in a moment, but it's very important for investment as well. So when it comes to private investment, there are huge investment needs. But what do companies really need for investment? They need stability, they need access to resources, right, to the investment goods, but they also need access to skills, to people who actually implement those investments and who are able to then operate new machinery and equipment if the investment is in firms. And they also need finance, right? And finance, a type of finance that lets corporates retain the combination of risk and rewards that they are comfortable to retain. And I think in all of these areas, stability and access and finance, we don't score too badly, at least at the moment, but there are still lots of ways in which we can improve on all of them, and I'm happy to refer later to results from one of the surveys that we are doing on the investment intentions of European firms. So that's private investment. On public investment, I think it's also very clear that we need that to bring the green transition forward. It's not only sustainable transport, but it's investments in skills and education. But it's also investments in administrative efficiency, right? And which is one of the huge obstacles that corporates tell us they face when investing. It's an administrative efficiency, and in some circumstances, quick decisions that are done according to the rule of law. So that's something we need to work on from a public investment side. And the challenge is here to really create the fiscal space to finance those investments. And public investment is just a small proportion of GDP, right? It's maybe 4 or 5%, a bit more in Eastern Europe, but it's not a lot relative to social payments, pension payments, and so on. So there needs to be the political will to finance these investments. And the last point I wanted to make, as I mentioned this already, is on the importance of coordination. So when you look at it from a perspective of investments, it's the coordination between different sectors, different firms operating in different sectors in the economy and the public sector. And why is that? We are not looking at incremental changes to our economy. If you want to improve the fuel efficiency of a car, you don't need to coordinate, right? You invest in the necessary research and development, and you will have a successful product. But that's not working when you want to find a completely new structure for your economy, one that is more attuned with the environmental sustainability and which is able to slow climate change. There you need coordination. The basic example that's always being given is that nobody will buy an electric car if there's no charging infrastructure, and nobody will put up the charging infrastructure if there's no demand from it. From electric cars, right? So there is a lot of need for coordination here. And maybe the very last point I wanted to make, all this investment in the green transition creates a competitive advantage for Europe in the medium term, right? So it's good for competitiveness. Why? Because it will lower our energy costs. It will be a positive supply shock for our economy once we've gone through the years of transition. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pick one of the questions from Slido I received because I think it nicely starts the discussion. This session highlights a more sustainable economy. How do you define it? What is it? The sustainable economy. And I think it might have something to do with what Mrs. Voyan said at the beginning, that the business as we know it is over, that we need to rethink it. So is this the part of sustainable future, to rethink the business and how it should be shaped? Yes, please.
Okay, then let me try and have a first go. Because I realized in my introduction I did not talk about the Green Deal. I mentioned it as part of the Green Deal industrial plan, because for me it's a given. It's the Green Deal is Europe's growth strategy. The twin transitions are what we base what we bet on for our future prosperity. So that's why I felt no need to repeat that. But if I'm now confronted with the question of how do we define sustainability, then I think we have to go back to the basics and the 3 pillars of sustainability, which is economic, which is competitiveness, which is the issue of environmental sustainability. And here it is now essentially the net zero carbon economy. With everything that entails, because that then also requires acting on biodiversity, etc. But that is the focus that drives the change. But then we also have to look at social sustainability, and that is inside societies. That is the challenge for Europe and essentially for the member states to get that right, but also between different parts of the world. And there we see that we are also living through a time of transition. And it's not easy to get these three issues, these three pillars of sustainability together. I think I will leave it there.
But we need all of them. It's not just
Absolutely.
the Green Deal that is make us sustainable for the future.
No, I think the Green Deal, and that's where it all comes together. Yes, climate change is the existential challenge we now face. But we will only be able to tackle it if indeed we can show that by banking on the green transition, by using that as our growth strategy, we can actually create economic growth and competitiveness. And it will only work if it is combined with a just transition and social fairness. So I think it's still the overarching theme, but we will only succeed dealing with the existential challenge we have if we have the other pillars there as well. And that is the debate that is currently happening in our societies, because people feel, yes, we accept that the climate is what we need to deal with, but they are worried about the economic consequences. Will they have the patience to see that, after the hard slog, there will be the reward? I think we have to make sure that we readjust permanently these different pillars in order to keep, in order to take people with us in this transition.
Mr. Duszek, you wanted to react?
No, first, just this adjective, sustainable, obviously, it could mean both related to climate and environment, but it could also...
And the question was, how do you define it? So
yeah,
maybe
but I think just to say that sometimes also, of course, it's about how are you on a sustainable course overall with competitiveness. I think you described it very well, but just to say sometimes it's a little confusing. People mean different things by it. Then if I could just react to the private investment, I think you said that Europe is doing okay. I think that, for example, I happen to have the AI numbers here, so just there, because I do feel that it is really one of the key growth areas for businesses, for economies. There, according to this, 47.4 billion in 2022 was invested in AI in terms of private investment. China 13.4, so already the gap with China is huge, and Europe is under 10. Again, it may be different for, I think you talked about the net zero technologies, etc. But just to illustrate, I think that there are certain areas where through whatever, deepening capital union, etc., or making it finally work, I think that needs to be taken very seriously if we are to really compete seriously on innovation in this new global economy. I fully agree with you on the fact that the net clean energy economy or net zero economy, whatever we call it, is a huge opportunity for Europe and for the European economy. Now, having said that, again there, I mean, you all know it, but just to state it, for example, if you look at what the net zero technologies are, so it would be solar, wind, batteries, electrolyzers, heat pumps, just to say a few. And so I think you all know that right now on solar, in terms of the, at least the production, is really dominated by China. Wind also, batteries. So it's really electrolyzers and heat pumps where Europe now actually, electrolyzers are, for producing hydrogen, where Europe now is doing quite well. We actually dominate the production right now. And so if you listen to Mrs. von der Leyen, I mean, she's clear-eyed on this, that then there are certain measures being taken. How do we make sure that also this doesn't happen to some of these technologies? But overall, I would fully agree that this is one of the growth areas for Europe. And the final point, I would just also like to agree on the social dimension of the transition to net zero and to a clean energy economy. I think that we've seen it now clearly that there is that thing about how do you bring everyone along. The social dimension, I think, is super important. If you listen to Šefčovič or others now coming in, having those introductory speeches in the European Parliament, they're quite clear on that. And there, I think it's really important to think through what the farming communities, the mining communities, and other communities that are dependent on either the production of fossils or extraction of fossils, or if they are using practices that are actually contributing to carbon emissions. We saw it in the Netherlands, the huge crisis that we saw out of that political crisis that we are still seeing before us. And so those things, I'm just glad that this is being taken seriously, because I think this is kind of the final thing that needs to be completed, if you will, on the European Green Deal. And again, from the vantage point of companies, this is also something that they pay a lot of attention to in terms of course, some of them may be invested in those vulnerable areas, but overall, I think this is of huge significance also for the private sector.
This topic actually triggers our audience a lot because we had a lot of questions about it. I don't want to go too much into details because this should be about investment and trade, but I would love to ask you one more question about the digital economy. Is the risk from the shift to a digital economy best mitigated by trying to win the AI race, or instead limit the immense accumulation of power by the companies? Maybe Mr. Dušek, it's again on you because you represent the companies here, the private money.
I don't want to steal your time here, but just very quickly, I think this is obviously a very important question. In terms, so the digital economy is expanding. So it is something where we are, we're seeing more and more of the economic activities in the digital domain. And obviously there is a huge risk around concentration. And if you followed the executive order in the United States, if you follow the discussion in the European Parliament around the AI Act, if you also follow some of the companies themselves, if you just look at the discussion between, on one hand, Meta and others who are advocating for open systems in terms of generative AI, and OpenAI, Microsoft, and others who may be saying we need to focus more on the other models, the foundational models that are not open. This also is about that. So there is a huge discussion right now within the private sector, but also, of course, with government around what that future looks like. And I think this is something that, of course, then within national boundaries, there will be regulation. The AI Act will also be looking at that. But it is something that goes to the questions of rights as consumers, in terms of innovation landscape, etc. So it's a huge issue, but just super important in terms of particularly where AI will go and Gen AI will go.
Thank you for your insight. Mr. Schmitz, I think it was you who said that the EU should be more open, that we need the rest of the world if we want a sustainable and prosperous future. And the question is, open to who, to what, and how exactly it would look like? And maybe it would be a question for our other guests as well.
Pretty sure. The idea was not necessarily to be more open, but to question the way and the framework we have around those openings. And we are demanding more on the rest of the world, and we never demand ourselves what are we willing to give in order to obtain that. And that was very clear regarding the green agenda, but that is now also becoming clear regarding human rights, digital, and also securitization of exchanges. And maybe here, there is one question related to the previous topic regarding sustainability that has not been addressed, maybe because it's not directly a European competency, which is this, let's say, the sustainability in terms of security. I'm setting aside the question of purely defense security because I'm not an expert in that, and I think it is not the discussion of today, but I am putting forward another question, which is one question that, again, we need to collectively address ourselves is how okay are we with the idea that what the American called foundational technology, technology that basically generates productivity gains throughout the economy and especially in the defense industry, how are we okay with the idea that those technology might fall in the hands of powers with which we are strongly diverging and strongly not like-minded? We have all lived as European through a long era where those questions were not on the table because the American had the lead and they were like-minded, so we did not have to ask ourselves so much those issues. But unfortunately, nowadays, and typically in the case of China, this is a question we have to ask ourselves. And how do we respond to that? And that comes to the question of how do we open and with who we are open with and where. The simple answer of just we decouple is not feasible, not optimal, and potentially is going to completely backfire. So we have more complexity ahead of us, which is exactly where do we agree to engage with not like-minded partner or even systemic rival or confrontational partner, and how do we articulate on those specific areas? How do we articulate with China on AI? China has stuff that we need on AI. Access to data, capacity, technology, a very dynamic consumer market that is actually very innovative, seeking, so you have a demand for those products. We need that. How do we articulate with them to get that and minimize the cost for us regarding our preference in terms of human rights, technology leakage, spillover of our technology into the civil-military fusion policies that they have to develop their own defensive capacity. And those are typically areas where, unfortunately, despite the pressing needs, we have not come up, I think, with a stable framework of operation. And this is largely because member states refuse, or at least are not keen on having those conversations and on really engaging because they are jealous of their own political ability to navigate by themselves unilaterally.
Mrs. Wand, I'm really curious about your response.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to react to something you said in your introductory remarks, and that is reality is challenging our traditional collective response so far and calling into question our traditional approach to openness. But what about if we get the answer to that challenge wrong? And I think we are at risk of that, because we are all talking. As I said, we are shifting from efficiency to resilience. But if we are interpreting resilience as meaning that we are better off closing ourselves off to the world, and there are tendencies like that in other countries, but also inside Europe, then we will pay a very hefty price for that, not just in terms of prosperity and efficiency, but actually in terms of resilience. Are we not learning the wrong lessons? I go back to the pandemic, where the knee-jerk reaction to the shortage of personal protective equipment was, let's keep everything to ourselves, let's not share, let's not export. With the benefit of hindsight, we saw that the only effect of the export restrictions was to drive prices up even more and to make scarcity even more problematic. And there are OECD studies that have shown that longer, more diversified supply chains are much better than trying to reshore. And, we tried to get mask production back to Europe. I think there was a lot of taxpayers' money spent on that. But then everyone went back to buying cheap Chinese masks when they became available again. So I think we also have to be very careful about what are the lessons we learn. From that point of view, I think we have to be careful that we get the balance right between efficiency and resilience, and that we accept that we cannot achieve resilience on our own. We need to have collective resilience. And that means that we even have to work with those who are difficult and not like-minded partners. China is a challenge. You know more about that than I do. But at the same time, we cannot look at the China challenge just through the lens of where do we have to reduce critical dependencies and sever links, de-risk instead of decoupling. That's the right approach. But we are at risk of exaggerating the dependencies we have, and we lose sight of the dependencies that China has on the EU. We are constantly underestimating our strength in this. We do have action, we do have agency in this respect. It's a very small part where we really have dependencies. Some raw materials, a few ingredients in pharmaceuticals, pharma, but that's it. Most of the trade is not risky. So we should be very careful to shut ourselves off from what is a source of growth for us as well. But just as well, China needs to be careful. Let's also not forget that China was getting into the decoupling game first with their dual circulation philosophy, where they basically were aiming for autarky in important sectors. But I'm really a little bit worried that when we talk so much about resilience, we lose the reward. I mean, we have to look at risk and reward and resilience together, because otherwise we are cutting ourselves off and shooting ourselves in the foot. And that is a discussion we still have to have in Europe. Last remark I wanted to make, I totally agree with you. And we should have learned that with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and our policy of using export controls as a means of sanctioning. What we have seen there is that there we have a clear lack of a European approach. This is every country insisting on its national security competence. Fine, you can do that. You have the law on your side. But the reality is that whatever export control a European country introduces has ripple effects throughout the single market. So, and then of course, if you have the other country reacting to export controls we take by retaliatory measures, then of course, the country that has taken the measure in the first place turns around and says, Europe, now you have to protect us. So I really think that we have to have a discussion about how can we, while respecting the competence of member states for their national security, have a more European approach to issues such as export control. Because I agree, we look at these technologies, most of these foundational technologies lend themselves to a civil military fusion, and that is something we need to deal with. But here the discussions with the member states are sometimes extremely difficult because they are very protective of their competence, whereas I think we should rather look at what are we trying to achieve politically and how can we best get there.
Based on everything we've heard right now, Ms. Chance, resilience is your topic. What are the first steps to do? What should we do to balance all of those things that we've heard?
So the first I would like to say is that I fully agree with the message on openness that you've been given. I think we have to keep in mind what the first best policy is and what's the second best policy. And in my view, the first best policy is to improve the investment environment here so that we can free companies to build those technologies with which they can earn money in the future, right? And they will be the ones, well, I mean, they are the ones which are likely to increase growth and prosperity in Europe as well. This does not work for those technologies where you've got huge economies of scale, like the AI and the cloud infrastructure and so on. There, it's much more difficult to start from a position when you've already fallen back and try to recover it. But it works, I'm sure, for many of the other technologies. For me, resilience is not something that is in contrast to efficiency. I mean, it may sound like it at the moment because we have to invest in climate adaptation, for example, which increases costs, but in the first place, it doesn't give you any return for it. But if you think about investments that go into more efficient use of energy or investments that go into renewable energy generation, then these certainly increase our resilience against geopolitical crises that drive up oil prices, and we've got enough of them, and against dependence on fossil fuels more generally. And at the same time, they give us this positive supply shock because our energy prices will go down, not right now. And I mean, there's a side angle to it, which is how the electricity market works in Europe, you know, which sector determines the marginal price of electricity. But at some point, we will have enough renewable energy generation so that it's the renewables which will set the price and not the gas turbines that you have to switch on to satisfy the peak demand. So there are, in some aspects, there might be conflict between resilience and efficiency, but like climate adaptation. But I think in many areas there's no contradiction between the two.
We were talking about prosperity, but our audience wonders if you have any thoughts on degrowth, and I will keep it as open question. If you can imagine that sustainability means more modesty, maybe, not to spend so much, not to enjoy so much. Anyone? Mr. Dušek, please.
No, just to say one aspect that is we haven't. I mean, you covered it a little bit now. We are now also starting to look at the demand side of the energy transition, and so Europe overall, households, also companies fare better in Europe in terms of. They could do better, but overall, as you know, we have in most countries better insulated homes than in some other countries. But private sector overall is working a lot on increasing the efficiency of energy use. So let's say decreasing the demand of the system that is in transition. This is part of actually what you mentioned as well. But overall, I personally believe that it is important to create value, and so that economic theory I think is important. But how do we do that so that it is inclusive? It is really thought through in terms of also vulnerable communities. Again, if you look at just the, I don't know if they still have it, but in the UK cabinet they had at one point a secretary for levelling up. And I think that is actually symptomatic of many other countries, similar issues. And so I think just paying attention to what kind of growth do we want that is inclusive, that is inclusive in very holistic sense, just to say that geographically, but also socially. Growth that is, of course, increasingly decoupled from depletion of natural resources, extremely important. And I think we're working on that. One thing I just wanted to mention here also, I don't know who said it, I think it just requires time, because I feel so my main job at the World Economic Forum is that I prepare the Davos meeting in January, okay? So every year I have to kind of think through, okay, what is it that we want to actually tackle? We have teams, blah, blah, we work with different people. And I remember last year in the summer, just remember where we were in Europe, runaway prices on energy and food. People were predicting imminent recession in major economies in Europe. There were other fears, of course. There was war. I mean, we still have war in Ukraine, but there was, of course, the acute shock of the war in Ukraine. And I think, for example, on the energy picture, you mentioned it. Yes, we are. It's not done, but I think we've come a long way. If you think it's over a course of 1 year, Europe has been able to somewhat control the price environment. It takes time to be able to put together the infrastructure for EVs, for hydrogen-powered trucks, whatever you name it. These things take time. You need to also create markets for it. And so I just wanted to say that because people sometimes want to say, okay, we need solutions tomorrow. Similarly on trade, I don't know. I follow more the US thing on trade. So obviously Jake Sullivan has this famous small yard, high fence. But then if you actually read the pieces he puts out, they're still working on it. No one knows what parts of AI are going to be safe enough so that there are no these spillovers. But there are many fields where people conduct business between the United States and China. I think we had, $800 billion record year in US-China relations. I think EU-China is even bigger, I think 900 billion would be. So it's still just to want to make sure that there's a lot of talk of decoupling, but we have record volumes of trade. And people are working through those issues. What are the lanes where we can conduct business? I do think that overall the more competitive environment is here to stay, but I also think it takes time to figure out where you can play. And hopefully that space where we can play and conduct business is as big as possible, because as you know, I think the IMF and the World Trade Organization put out some numbers that it would cost us, I think, 7% of global GDP if we have protracted fragmentation of the global economy. And obviously that is inflationary as well, and of course hitting the most vulnerable in our society. So overall, I just wanted to maybe just say that the solution space is very good, and I think everyone should be working on that, but it's also quite difficult and it takes time. So just to say that.
Can I come back to the no growth question?
Sure.
Just in 2 sentences. So I think when at least when but I think I'm sure it's similar for you, when we advocate investment and growth, it's not because we think about the desire, the benefits of having bigger cars and greater factories and whatever. But the thing is, growth creates resources, and we need enormous resources right now for the green transition to prevent climate change, right? And we don't have much time for that. We do need time for many of those markets and products to develop, and we've mentioned it before. But so this is the first big area where we need resources, and they need to be generated. The second big area where we need resources is pensions. Right? If we don't have substantial productivity growth over the next 20 years with population aging, our standard of life, or that at least of the older generation of us and of the younger as well, somewhere the money has to come from, right? We need the resources to support the aging of society. And then in a more short-term vision, it just happens to be the case that if you've got growth, sectoral changes become easier because you create new opportunities in areas that are increasing, and that gives people who work in areas that are declining a chance to continue their professional career elsewhere.
So lowering consumption is not the way for now, today?
Yes, I would say it could be, because what we need is to spend these resources on investment, not necessarily to increase our consumption.
Thank you so much for saying that. I would like to go back to agreement of trade that European Union conducts. Will the Commission take a more pragmatic or value-based approach on the global stage regarding trade and investment? And I read in one, I know it's a complicated question, and I read in one article that you said that EU cannot only trade with like-minded countries. So will we see a shift in that?
Well, I think this also goes back to a point that you made in your introductory remarks. How much are we willing to put on the table in order to get third countries to accede to what we want from them? And I think maybe that is the way to look at this. What do we offer and what do we ask from other countries? And I would say that until recently, until the shock of this changed geopolitical environment has set in, we were under the illusion that it would be enough to say we have the biggest, most affluent single market in the world. In order to accede to it, you also have to buy into our standards, you have to follow our practices. There's a conditionality of access. That may work with partners that are a lot smaller, because in trade, size matters. And access to the single market for smaller countries is extremely important. But now we are discussing with Mercosur, we are discussing with India, and these countries look at us and say, Europe is an aging continent. Your growth is low. Your innovation is not impressive. Why should we care? And I think sometimes it's very healthy to have a look at yourself through the lens of how other people are seeing you. And I think that leads to a more pragmatic approach where we say, what is it we really try to achieve? So we need access to certain raw materials for the green transition. These are predominantly outside the EU and not necessarily in like-minded countries. Can we still build reliable partnerships with countries even if they are not fully aligned with our way of seeing the world? And I think we would argue, yes, that is possible. And then we have to say, what do these countries want? Well, they don't want to just export their raw materials. They want to move up the value chain. They want to have investment. Can we help with that? That is exactly what is behind the approach of Global Gateway. That is behind the approach we've taken with Chile on our recently concluded trade agreement. So that is what we are looking at. The other lesson we have to learn is that we can only solve the climate challenge, the sustainability challenge, through cooperation. Not just through unilateral instruments where we expect the rest of the world to follow our way of regulation. We are learning that the hard way now with the deforestation regulation. It's a perfectly legitimate objective for the EU to say we do not want to contribute to the deforestation of the Amazon through our consumption in the EU. So, we only let products in that are safe from that point of view, deforestation free. But then the countries come and say, well, first of all, you do not have the monopoly of good regulation. And secondly, you have not taken into account what that means for my smallholders, what that means for small businesses. This comes with an enormous amount of red tape. And that is why, for instance, in the context of now, as we are trying to finalize the agreement with Mercosur, we are sitting down with them and say, okay, what would it take? What are you doing? Because we now have, for instance, a Brazilian government that takes deforestation seriously. What have you already done? What are the tracing mechanisms you've put in place? Can we recognize them under our deforestation legislation? We need to have a more cooperation-based approach. The rest of the world does not take kindly to Europe throwing around its weight. And we hear more and more, and not just from developing countries, complaints about regulatory imperialism on the side of the EU. We have to take that seriously, because all the challenges we face, and we've been discussing about many of them today, we will only tackle them through cooperation. And cooperation only works if you treat your partners as equal. And that, I think, is something where we have some margin of improvement, I would say.
Mr. Schmidt, you look like you want to react.
Just to complement on that, we also have some, I would say, natural advantages in that regard. We are an aggregation of 27 member states. We internally need transparency and equality of treatment by construction, because otherwise Europe would not function. And typically it's something the academic literature has found in terms of competition regulation. Europe, for that reason, is fairer in the treatment of foreign partners than in competition, the benchmark is usually the United States, but overall than any large power. Because by construction, we cannot discriminate against one another, because that was the reason why we created the European Union in the first place. And typically, in terms of green cooperation, so I'm veering outside of my Chinese expertise and back to my trade and sustainable expertise back in the French administration, but what has been interesting is by setting indeed annoying extra green barriers to trade for our partners, we have also opened or created leverage and opened venues for cooperation. And that's not an easy path forward, but typically if you look at deforestation or even critical raw materials, the smaller cooperative agreement with some African country, Zambia and Gambia, I think, for critical raw materials, and Ghana and Cameroon for deforestation, are good illustration on when indeed we create barriers. If we are smart enough, we can, in those barriers, create the loopholes will be too negative, but the capacity to bring in partners and to have cooperation regarding recognition of certification or procedures to so that the barrier not only creates a barrier, but actually serves as fostering cooperation in area, typically on environment, and maybe tomorrow on security, where the first best option is cooperation. The issue is, if you do not put pressure on your partners, most of the time, the inertia takes over and not much happen. By creating the barriers, the value is, and I'm not overlooking the risk that is associated with that, but there is an upside, that is you create incentives for your partner to come to the table and to join a fair conversation on how to integrate those certification procedures and those cooperation structure.
One of the most important partners, obviously, is China these days. And the question is, what do we really know about Chinese economy? Could you briefly just, I know, just in a minute or two, if the question from our audience is, isn't it a bubble where they will be old before being rich? Is it a bubble or is it a real thing?
They will be old before being rich. Irrespective of the completely astonishing, abnormal, extraordinary 4 decades of growth, China is lagging behind other development paths of East Asian economy and is getting older faster. So it's most likely that no, China will not reach the level of development of Japan and even less so of the United States. The most recent IMF forecast even put it on track to never catch up the nominal GDP of the United States. This is the current state. Nevertheless, even a not super performing China is still a 1.4 billion people China that has a GDP around 15 to 25% of the world GDP. Okay, so even a not super rich China is still a very big and a very powerful China. Now, regarding the question of what we know of China, there is this very famous article from 2016 when I was really diving into China that struck me, and that says the more you know, the more you understand you don't know. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this is also the case of what we call Junenhai, which is the Chinese White House, which is also the case for the Chinese leadership. China is a gigantic country, extremely decentralized, with a non-liberal political system that does not foster free flow of information. Internally, they probably do not know many stuff as well. And this is a reality that we have to acknowledge. And unfortunately, I think COVID was one illustration of that. Yes, they probably in many ways could have done better, but there is also the byproduct of having a very opaque and complex and decentralized system that creates uncertainty and opacity almost by nature. Now, just to conclude on what we know, unfortunately, China is getting more and more opaque under Xi Jinping, so we are getting less and less, I would say, non-biased information, or rather free would be too strong of a word here, but yeah, reliable information. However, they are still performing astonishingly well in sectors where they want to focus on, or at least they are able to channel an awful lot of resources to those sectors in a smarter way than they used to do before. And here maybe one idea that I want people to have in mind after that intervention is that a more statist China is not a USSR 2.0 China. They're ambitioning to develop a much smarter, much more complex system where the state really harness market forces to guide it to the service of the Communist Party's objective, which is, unfortunately, techno-industrial self-sufficiency with sometimes some shades of very nationalistic dimension that are not reassuring. Sometimes. China is a big country, it's complex. There is not just one China, there are very different Chinas, and depending on who you talk to or depending on the dynamic of the growth of the day, you might hear very different narrative of their very different signal. What is difficult to know is what is the reality at the central of power? What is the narrative that dominates in Xi Jinping's head? And that is extremely difficult because we are facing a communist-Leninist opaque power.
Thank you. Mr. Dušek, private money is sometimes the best indicator of opportunities in this world. So regarding this, where are the money flowing now? Where are the opportunities? What regions should we look for and to invest in? What are most interesting places from this regard?
So obviously, you're right. It is a fast-changing geography, economic geography out there. Different growth markets. I don't want to pick any winners here, etc. I think people know, for example, right now, there is a lot of attention being paid to India and to some other economies also in Southeast Asia. Obviously, there are certain companies that are making China plus one decisions around production, for example. And then, of course, so I could go on countries, and that can change from one year to another. Obviously, some of the big things we covered, I think, is more where I would focus, it's where in terms of the areas, sectors, etc., where investment goes. But if you allow, I just wanted to build a little bit on the European Gateway, because I think there, I do feel that that's actually our partnerships have always been Europe's strength. Of course, you're right, and it's great that there is the way people are, like you, thinking about it and how to really make it even better and balanced, etc. I think it's really welcome. But just to say that again, if you just look at then some other frameworks that are there, I think the European partnership framework is very successful. And one thing I just wanted to share with you, what I liked is that I was in Central Asia in one country, and so there we were talking about the Middle Corridor, and there were all kinds of leaders there, and then from there I went to Dubai on something else, and I was talking to this business leader who I've known for a while, and he just told me, "Oh, I'm there as well. I'm investing in the European efforts there." I think I can't remember whether it was an EIB funded or EBRD funded thing, but just to say, I think that what I think is quite special is that, and I think that's the strength, is that if you have actually private sector entities that can compete for these things and be part of some of these larger infrastructure frameworks. Of course, it's maybe EU funded, but then you really open it up. It's an open system where others can compete based on merit. I think that's a huge strength. And I was actually surprised by the fact that he was invested there, but just wanted to mention that. And then, if you may, just on the growth thing, one thing that I think is also important, why it is important that we do grow, is that we do have a, of course, very shrunk fiscal space after COVID. That is also being, of course, then we need investment, but just COVID meant that our fiscal space is much, much smaller than before. We have also a huge issue of debt in a lot of emerging markets. And so everything that was said about growth is important, but just to say that even for that reason, it's super important that we don't lose sight of how we can grow. And as you know, we live in a historically a very low growth environment. 3% globally is a very low growth environment. We used to average 3.8, 3.9. So we really need to do something about that.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Unfortunately, 75 minutes is over. I know we could be talking for hours more, but unfortunately we cannot. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much for joining us. Sabine Vajan, François Schmidt, Mirek Dušek, and Jochen Schanz were my guests. Thank you so much, and I hope we got it right. We had the goals set right. And yeah, good luck to all of us.
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. I would like now to take the seats in the audience, because right now we will continue with another panel discussion. This time we will focus on the EU's neighborhood policy and the diplomatic efforts amid the war in Ukraine. So please stay in this room, because we'll continue with discussions, and we will continue in our program. Jo. Mikrofon. Takže já jenom to změním, ale budu popisovat to, jak so we can start on time. Of course, there will be also a coffee break, but after this panel. So please stay with us here in the venue room. And we can already see that our next speakers and moderators are gathering here at the stage. As I said already, this panel discussion will focus on the EU's neighborhood policy and diplomatic efforts amid the war in Ukraine. So I would like to ask our distinguished speakers to take the seats. Štěpán Černý, Tomas Gomár, Eva Horelová, Luke van Middelaar, and the moderator, Markéta Boubínová. Meanwhile, let me also remind you that you can interact with the panel via the Slido application. You can find this discussion under the hashtag PES 2023. And we can see that we have all the speakers here taking their seats, so we will be ready to start on time.
Is it okay if I talk about Christian names? Kind of like more informal in English? Sure, absolutely.
Thank you very much for your attention. As I said, it's time to start the second panel of today's Prague European Summit, and it's my pleasure to welcome here a new set of speakers, new set of experts, and also the moderator of this panel discussion, Markéta Boubínová from Deník N, who will guide you through this panel discussion about the EU neighborhood policy and the diplomatic efforts amid the war in Ukraine. So, Markéta, if you are ready, the floor is yours.
Hello, welcome to our plenary panel discussion. As Aneta said, it's reinvigorating the EU's neighborhood policy and diplomatic efforts amid the war in Ukraine. I would like to introduce maybe closer our speakers as Ms. Eva Horelová. She's a head of a political section and deputy head of the European Commission representation to the Czech Republic. Then we have Mr. Štěpán Černý to my left, who is Director General of the Section for European Affairs in the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic. Then we have Mr. Thomas Gomár, who is Director of the French Institute of International Relations in Paris, France. As well, if I read it correctly, his current work focuses on Russia, digital governance, and French foreign policy and think tanks. And then we have Mr. Luc van Middelaar, a professor, historian, and political philosopher, and one of the founders of Brussels Institute for Geopolitics, which was actually launched here in Prague during October's 2022 European Political Community Summit, which we will be talking about as well. At the beginning, I would like to give each of you, my dear speakers, approximately 5 minutes for your opening remarks, and then we'll come with some questions. And as well, if please you have any questions, we have, as Aneta already mentioned, the application slido.com, so please write your question or even more questions there, and at the end, I hope we'll come to them. So I'd like to start with Eva, please, 5 minutes, floor is yours.
Thank you, good afternoon, everybody. The theme of the conference is reshaping Europe. Well, I think we are already kind of entering dubious grounds because European Union, how do we define it? And well, I think we need to speak about both. It's Europe, but also European Union as a political entity. What is very important for me is that indeed we speak about Europe as a political entity and in that regard mentioning also the European citizenship. We do need for reshaping Europe not just the political will and political imagination, but we need the citizens for that as well. And there already, I would dare say that we have a kind of manco because we have very little interest in most of the European Union countries into the foreign policy, into reshaping Europe and into how we work with abroad. Reshaping, but reshaping by whom? You know, I already mentioned the citizens, but the politicians to whom the citizens are giving the power to actually do something are integral part to all of this. What are the signposts for me as we are looking ahead? The big signpost is definitely European Parliament elections in June 2024. In the meantime, the politicians are also working at the European Union level on the so-called strategic agenda for the European Union 2024-2029, and the citizens will give the power to the politicians through the European Parliament elections to, hand in hand with the member states, shape the next European Commission. And this next European Commission, as of late 2024, will be essential in putting together and implementing, reshaping Europe, what we are having now in some trends, but then it will be a kind of a political decision for the future. Again, in the line of by whom, I mentioned the citizens, giving the power to the politicians, but of course then who is then really reshaping Europe and working with the neighborhood? It's the journalists, it's the experts, it's the business people, but I will also really underline the role of the EU delegations abroad. I'm sometimes kind of checking the audience to whom I speak to. How many member states are there in the United Nations? So maybe I will check you, Marketa. How many?
How many nations are
Yeah, how many countries are there in the United Nations?
How many countries in the United Nations? I'd say like 170.
It's 193. And in how many of these do you think are there European Union delegations?
Well, I mean like European Union countries, like 27 or?
No, abroad. So abroad, outside the European Union, there are about 140 European Union delegations. And you could probably kind of guess where they are not. We don't really have, no longer, by the way, an EU delegation to Vanuatu. But we do have EU delegations in all our neighborhood and farther afar. So it is also essential the work of these people, hand in hand again with the member states' embassies on the ground. But these are the people who are also implementing and making happen these European Union policies and working with the third countries. And because we have many young people in the audience, or youngish looking people, and we do have the European young leaders of the European and the Prague European Summit program, I would also underline the internship possibilities in these EU delegations, or even the professional future possibilities. So not only for those who are interested in diplomacy or legal issues, we at the EU delegations are also working on the project management, be it digital transition, green transition, the trade, as was the topic of our past panel. So this is quite a chance for you to kind of actively influence what is happening. Well, we are supposed to be speaking about the European neighborhood. We still have a kind of umbrella policy, European neighborhood policy, but that is essentially, I would say, kind of an overcome status, overcome tool, although many of the tools are still in place. So we are now mostly in the neighborhood looking to the south, so the Mediterranean neighborhood, which includes also the Levant with all the many tragic events happening right now. But we are also having the eastern part of the European neighborhood policy, the Eastern Partnership, but there are also, say, it has been mostly in the past 1.5 year overcome by the enlargement policies for the Western Balkans. But neighborhood for Europe is much broader. We also need to go and look to the north and, for example, into the Arctic Council and the Arctic policies. In the West, the neighborhood, we may kind of have Iceland on the map in our head, but the very broad neighborhood across the pond, across the Atlantic Council, is quite essential as well. The US primarily, but also Canada. And these countries are quite important for our work with the neighborhood countries of Europe, because we do work with them very often hand in hand, and their active policies in our European neighborhood is very often indispensable, because we would not be able to do it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Now I'd like to give the floor for his 5 minutes remark to Luc.
Thank you, Marketa. I think under the heading reinvigorating the EU's neighborhood policy, I think this reinvigoration, if that is a word, has been above and foremost been the doing of Vladimir Putin. I think Russia's invasion of Ukraine changed the whole strategic situation and all the relations between the European Union and its neighbors. And that's why it's a good moment to discuss this. I think there's one fundamental change with the war, is that in the overall organization of the European continent, as we had it before, there is now no longer a space for gray zones or in-between zones, in between Russia on the one hand and the rest of Europe or the West on the other hand. Whereas, well, let's say in the 1990s or early 2000s, a country like Ukraine is a prime example of a country which was in between. It was maybe not very comfortable position always, but it also had some advantages in those days. But today this is no longer viable. And today there is a harsh, stark dividing line cutting across the continent with Russia and Belarus on one hand and almost all other European nations on the other hand. And that's a historic change. And we see that with NATO, with the European political community and the EU. NATO, I'm going to be very short. But there, the very visible fundamental change is that countries which were neutral or non-aligned for a very, very long time, Finland, 70 years, and Sweden, 2 centuries, they decided to join the military alliance because they feel that in the world of today they can no longer be non-aligned. But I think you asked Marketa also about the European political community. This is also a response to this new situation, and a very interesting response, indeed launched here in Prague, at Prague Castle. But maybe not everybody in the audience precisely remembers. This was a gathering last year here in Prague. There have been 2 more summits since, of 40 or a bit over 40 leaders from across Europe. Not only 27 EU presidents or prime ministers, but also, for instance, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was there. Here in Prague last year it was Liz Truss, a very short-lived Prime Minister. In fact, she did only 2 things. One was burying the Queen, and the other thing was attending the European Political Community Summit. But also the President of Turkey came, the Prime Ministers of Norway and Switzerland, which are of course always also outside the EU, plus the leaders of the Western Balkans. And why did these leaders outside the EU enjoy this forum? Also those of, let's say, candidate countries. Precisely because it was not about the EU. I think Stepan Czerny can confirm, but it was very important to have no European flags, EU flags in the room, because it was not about the EU. This was about something older, more fundamental. It was about Europe as a continent. And Europe as a continent, even if we have the EU, but it still exists in a way also politically in these moments of war and peace, when leaders feel, okay, we need to get together to discuss what we share, what our security interests. Should we reorganize a little bit the continent? Think about, for the historians among you, the Vienna Congress, 1814-15, after the Napoleonic Wars, or even earlier, 1648. This was not at the same scale, but it's a little bit, and Thomas Gomard will maybe share that view. It's a little bit that moment of continental readjustment. And it was important, therefore, that in this European political community, which the Czech Republic's Prime Minister Fiala chaired, it was a meeting of equals. It's not about being in or outside the EU, or being a candidate, or an ex-member, a divorcee of the club like the United Kingdom. No, they're all sovereign European states. They were meeting at level of leaders, and without declarations, without bureaucracy, without preparations, which made it also a light format fitting for that occasion. So that's on the APC, and I will say just 2 sentences on the European Union. We can discuss that later, but I think the fundamental change for the European Union in this new situation after Russia's invasion is that the EU wholeheartedly opened the door to Ukraine and Moldova to become EU members, which of course the Ukrainians wanted, at least since the Maidan Revolution. But it was not on the cards before Putin's invasion. In June 2022, the EU leaders unanimously took this decision, and it will never be withdrawn. So that is a new principle of EU's engagement with one of its most important neighbors, with Turkey and the UK, which is Ukraine, to bring it on also in the long term on this side of this continental dividing line, not only, let's say, more short term, like in the EPC, where President Zelensky has participated, but also as a member of the European Union. And that brings a lot of changes, has a lot of repercussions also on the EU internally. We can discuss that, but it is a fundamental change starting on that horrible morning, in a way, of the 24th of February last year.
Thank you, Luc. Stepan, we've just heard about European political community. You were one of the organizers as a state officer, so I mean really like the official organization of that. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much also for the very interesting topic. I can dwell for ages on the European political community, how we made it living in 2 months' time, basically, which included the month of August, which usually in Brussels is consumed by holidays. So I think remarkable success in terms of logistics and organization. The political longevity of the European political community is, of course, to be tested by the future chairs. We had a meeting in Granada earlier in October. That means that obviously it's still the leaders, and by leaders I don't mean only the EU27, but also the others, still think it's a viable venue to attend. Then again, of course, the question is being asked, what are the tangible outcomes after 3 summits? And then it becomes a bit more difficult because, well, expectation, of course, within the, maybe not that much within the cynical think tankers, but within the less cynical journalists, is that, oh, European political community will produce a lot of good, and then people will be richer and happier and nicer, environment will be cleaner, and people will be safer, which is obviously not true, because it's a meeting of political leaders which does not have these outcomes. But still, I understand that by the end of the day, to have a longer and better motivation of leaders to attend, to spend their time and the per diems on travel to go to Granada or Chisinau or elsewhere, more tangible outcomes will be required. But coming back for the European neighborhood policy, I think Eva described it quite well, that it's I was a bit surprised that this topic is still being used, because I think it fell out of fashion sometime around 2013 when we've actually understood in the EU that all countries which are not within the EU are different. In one way, Europe knows where it ends. Geographically, we have the European continent. In the treaties, it says quite clearly that you can be member of the EU if you're on the European continent. You cannot be member of the EU if you're Morocco or the United States or Vanuatu, to use a very distant example. On the other hand, when European neighborhood policy was a topic of the day, there was a quite understanding between the EU members, but also the countries which are not in the EU, that there are some European countries which do not want to become members of the EU in the foreseeable future. One of them being Ukraine, second being Moldova, then Georgia, then maybe Kosovo. Well, nobody would ever thought it sincerely back in 2007-8 that Kosovo was not independent by then and would not become member of the EU. Yet we are in a reality, I think both of you described it quite well, that now we have a quite well-established dividing line between everything on the European continent and Russia and their satellite Belarus. That all which is not Russia and Belarus want to cooperate, want to work together, want to align their strategic values and their values with the European community. If they want to be a member or not, that's maybe a different question. But I think that right now, what's also remarkable, that almost all the countries on the European continent somehow want to become either member of the EU or have a very intense working relationship with the EU, or are Armenia and Azerbaijan. Of course, I think their way to the EU is quite long, but still these are countries at war with each other, so I understand that they're probably not thinking about EU membership next year or the year after. So I think that's very important to understand that now the war in Ukraine changed everything, changed all our lives, changed all our policy making, changed the whole outlook of the EU, and put a new emphasis on the enlargement policy, which is a very good policy for stabilizing the whole region. I think, well, most of people in the audience were maybe born when we were already a candidate for the EU, not me, but so you don't remember how it was when we were negotiating accession to the EU. It took quite long, and I think it will also take quite long for Ukraine and Moldova. We've somehow forgotten Bosnia, but I see the ambassadors for Bosnian membership to the EU also within the audience, so let's not forget that there is still Western Balkans too, who wants to eventually become member of the EU, and it also, their conviction is quite sincere, I think. So yeah, so this is my statement.
Thank you very much, Thomas. You might maybe give us a bit of a French point of view, especially maybe towards the enlargement policy, since for France, for Emmanuel Macron, it's a big topic, and as well the European political community was kind of like his child, as I understand correctly. So please, 5 minutes for your remark.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your invitation. Many things have been said. I'm very happy to participate in this discussion. I have 3 brief points to make for these 5 minutes. The very first one is a sort of quick historical reminder. Since, the Treaty of Roma in 1957, there were different waves of enlargement. And one of them, very important, was 1973 with the accession of the UK. We'll be back to the Brexit because I think it's something highly important. And 40 years after, in 2013, we had the accession of Croatia. Why I mentioned that? It is maybe we have forgotten, unfortunately, that to end up the Balkans war, there was a perspective of adhesion. So Croatia joined, but just before coming, I passed in front of the embassy of Serbia, for instance, and there are still Balkans countries which are out, with also a particular political evolution, to say nothing about Serbia. And it's very important to have that in mind. To conclude, to finish the war in Balkans, there was a perspective of the EU accession. And we had Brexit. And I think that we should think about the roots of the Brexit, which are very serious. You have mentioned rightly, citizenship. But you have some voters, you have some people in the opinion, we are not comfortable with the European project in some part of Europe as it is led. So that's my first point. Even if, of course, I do think, that the Brexit was an historical mistake for the UK, but the thing is, they decided to leave from continental Europe. My second point is about, the so-called neighborhood policy made by the EU. It is interesting to note that after the last big enlargement in 2004, there was ambition of the EU to promote the neighborhood policy, the Eastern Partnership, which was targeting 6 countries, so Belarus, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. And now we have 6 conflicts. So this policy should be questioned. Because at that time, the EU pretends not to be geopolitical, say nothing about geopolitics. And now the EU, the Commission, more precisely, pretends to be geopolitical. And that leads me to the big question. It is to know whether it is really the future for the EU to be geopolitical and to pretend that Europe will play the same game than the US, China, or Turkey and Russia. I think it's a dangerous illusion. Because geopolitics is related to the use of force. And the EU was not created in this perspective. So as long as we speak about geopolitics for the EU, without taking into consideration NATO, I think it is misleading and dangerous. because we are not integrated. And you can just observe, the respective position. You have mentioned Kosovo. We are divided on Kosovo, for instance. We are divided on the war between Hamas and Israel. So let's be very careful with, and as you said, I'm coming from Paris. So let's be very careful with this notion of, a geopolitical EU. If we succeed in being, a geo-economic union, it will be not so bad. Last point, yes, I agree with my three colleagues to say that the war in Ukraine is a rupture. It's not a rupture in February 2022, it's a rupture in February 2014. I should have also mentioned, related to my second point, that we had this Eastern Partnership, and simultaneously we had an attempt for the Union pour la Méditerranée, which was also unsuccessful. Have a look about the war in Syria and its consequences, regional consequences, deep consequences for the European continent. So to some extent, geopolitically, Europeans were not very successful during the last 2 decades, to be honest. So that's why I think that speaking about geopolitics should be related to being very careful. Coming back to my final point, yes, it's a rupture which was underestimated in 2014. Annexation of Crimea, destabilization of Donbass, for different reasons we can speak about. And because of that, the EU lost its main competitive advantage, which was its strategic stability at the global level. We are no more seen from the outside as a stable continent, which is true, unfortunately, for all of us. And that leads me to the real, I think, and difficult question we should face very seriously and carefully. It is, let's imagine a situation, I'm not sure it will happen, fortunately, but let's imagine that, Donald Trump is re-elected in November 2024, and that's, he said what he said for North Korea, that he will solve the problem in 24 hours, decide to reduce the US support to Ukraine, maybe to stop it, even if it's much more complicated to be implemented, as you know. But imagine that. What would be our reaction as Europeans? That will be the real test for us. Are we able by ourselves to continue to support Ukraine?
Thank you, and let's actually continue with the situation you imagine, because it really interests me. So you said that the EU, Thomas, shouldn't pretend, or the European Commission, to be geopolitical, rather to play a role of geo-economical player, if I understand it correctly. So what can we imagine under it, and what can happen in that situation that Donald Trump is re-elected, and then he is withdrawing the support for Ukraine? He might be even make the US leave NATO. So then we do not have the NATO role in the geopolitical play here around. So how do you mean it actually, and how could be it seen in the neighborhood policy? I mean, EU neighborhood policy.
Well, the basic question for Europeans is the following, in my opinion, are we able to secure by ourselves our neighborhood, broadly speaking? My personal answer at this stage is unfortunately no. So we should not, fuel an illusion to pretend to be able to do so. We are not. We are not for different reasons, because that's not the object, of the EU. But it's not its DNA. And secondly, something much more difficult to accept, it is the fact that Europeans started, their disarmament 2 generations ago. We started to disarm in Europe at the beginning of the 70s. Okay, we were approximately around 3% of GDP for our military spending at that time. And we continue to do so after 11 September. Whereas other actors, namely, of course, the US, China, Russia, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and others, started their rearmament. So the real rupture, in a sense, was made, by, yes, indeed, by, I don't know if European EPC is important or Macron child. I think it's a secondary issue. The real issue is his decision to restart the military spending in 2017. And the fact is that other Europeans decided to do so with the war in Ukraine, but the problem is that you are never able, to recover many decades of disarmament in a period of huge crisis, and that's the problem we are all facing.
So maybe I'll ask Luc, so do you think that the European political community can play a big role in this situation, or maybe as well in our neighborhood policy? Actually, our neighborhood or our neighbors in Europe are members or should be members, even though, for example, here now in Granada, in the summit we recently had, we didn't have the Turkish president and the Armenian president, which was seen, especially from us journalists, as a grave problem. So how do you feel it? Is it geopolitical player as well, or just geo-economical player, and how does it look for the neighborhood policy?
Well, I think the European political community, which indeed has had 3 summits, is a meeting space and has proved useful as a meeting space for leaders in a very uncertain moment right after the war and the invasion. And it will no doubt continue to play that role for a while. I think it's important to notice that the next summit will not be just anywhere, but it will be held in London. And in fact, the United Kingdom, ex-EU member obviously, was very keen to host the summit because they also understand that it's important for them to still belong to the wider European family or of those states who share a continent and who have certain security interests in common. I think the EPC will continue to function for a while, but I fully agree with Thomas Gomard. Clearly, this is not the forum to deal with the much more fundamental issues of security of all European nations, including Czechia and others, when it comes to defending our territory, for instance, against Russia or another context. For that, there is today NATO, but as long as more than 50% of military spending in NATO is US or US and Canada together, it means that we as Europeans, for whom NATO was designed, are not very serious. And in this respect, indeed, there are perhaps more important elections than the European elections, with all due respect for the European elections, which are the American elections when we talk about the strategic fundamental decisions. Here, I would say that the way the European Union has to go to become a more credible actor in terms of speaking the language of power is a long road, and I agree with that Thomas Gomard just said. And one reason I, with some colleagues, founded the Brussels Institute for Geopolitics is precisely to say that, listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's not like you take an adjective from your rhetorical toolkit and you say, I'm a geopolitical commission, that it's done the next day. Because it is completely, and I don't want to underestimate this, at odds with what the European Union has historically achieved, which was to do exactly the opposite of doing geopolitics. Because, well, if you want to summarize very rapidly, geopolitics, somehow it's about power, it's about thinking in terms of territory, and also maybe in terms of collective identity to some extent. If you look at Turkish, Chinese, Russian, American leaders, they have all these three. EU was supposed to do away with power, it was supposed to do away with borders and thinking in terms of territories, and also is not so good at expressing, let's say, a story or a narrative about our identity which is not either national or universal, to sum it up very succinctly, and I apologize. So there's a long way to go, but I think we are in a period of deep historic change, and there is also space. There's change in the world around us, but there's also space for political decision-making and determination to put certain steps on that road for Europe and European nations collectively to be more credible. I think in the short term, and I'll stop there, when it comes to really the security side of the story, it will have to be a European pillar within NATO rather than EU, with a view to this November 2024 election. But the European Union, as one of the most, if not the most important political organization on the continent, also has a role to play to foster a more shared understanding of our not only economic, but also of our strategic interest. And final sentence: the EPC, it's the European political community, is not the decisive actor here, but it can play a role because it helps European nations to remember an older kind of diplomacy, which is really about interest and security and war and peace, which sometimes within the EU, which is overly bureaucratized, they forget about, and which we will desperately need when it is about dealing with the big animals in the world outside.
Thank you. We've heard, Stepan, a lot about power and geopolitics, and as we know, this European Commission calls itself the Geopolitical European Commission. How do you see that in times when we have such a grave conflict, and well, that's the one in Ukraine, but then we have more conflicts in the neighborhood, as like Azerbaijan and Armenia, for example. So do you think that the EU should play the geopolitical role, or must play the geopolitical role in the neighborhood, or is it more geo-economical role, or the role of mere security?
Well, I think the EU has no other choice than to secure its immediate neighborhood. That's basically, if it stands any chance of continuing as an entity, as a subject of international relations, which I guess it somehow intends to. Of course, the Commission calling itself Geopolitical Commission, as has been said, does not end with that. Somehow the Commission should maybe talk to the Member States whether they are willing to give the resources and the powers and the competences to the Commission to call itself Geopolitical Commission, which I think not a single one of the Member States are currently willing. I don't really see that the Member States who have their militaries and their nuclear weapons and their other kinds of weapons and their intelligence services and their other tools of security, of making their country secure, are willing to even share this information among each other, not even thinking about sharing these tools with the European Commission, God forbid. Before this debate is undertaken on leaders level and leaders show commitment, I think there's no chance of a Geopolitical Commission. Yes, we have the External Action Service, we have a High Representative. I hope some people here know his name, know that what kind of deals are being done with this position when it's been established, and whether we really put the most skilled people in this place. I don't know. I don't somehow think so, and with all due respect to Mr. Borrell and his illustrious political career, I don't really think that he's taking as serious as other ministers of foreign affairs of global superpowers, and that's also part of the issue. I will not really touch upon the very comical relations between the President of the European Commission and President of the European Council, but still, if we are to be taken serious, we should probably avoid situations when the two are competing for a seat in Erdogan's palace. It's anecdotal, but still it's somehow relevant that we have two or maybe even more presidents of the European Union, and these institutional hurdles may seem comical, and then, but then again, everybody knows which phone to call in the White House and in the Kremlin and in whatever palace the Chinese president is currently residing. And if you call Charles Michel, Ursula von der Leyen and Mr. Borrell, do you get the same answer? If you call Elysee Palace, probably not even in that direction. So I think that it's a serious debate we have to make. I don't really think that the procedural debate about moving from unanimity to qualified majority in foreign and security policy is relevant at all, because if we don't have this convergence of strategic cultures, which is an abstract concept, but in reality it means that all the 27 consider the threats as being the same. And do all the 27 consider the threats being the same? I don't think at all. And I'm not talking about Hungary. I'm talking about whether do countries which border the Mediterranean consider the threats from the east in the same intensity as we do? Whether the countries who border Russia think that any sort of internal crisis in Latin America is really relevant? I don't really think so. And this is the kind of questions we should be asking ourselves before engaging in a rhetorical exercise. Of course, EU has to be more resilient and more engaged and more united and more geopolitical, but without these steps, this will be just plain rhetorics, and that's one calling we will be giving as member states to the future European Commission to maybe start from there.
Thank you. Yes, but we don't have anything else, so we do have to have a strong European Union. And we right now have many states, or there are states who are really trying to be members. And we recently have the enlargement package from the European Commission, which is recommending to open the accession talks with 2 new members, and with some conditions with the third one. First is Ukraine and Moldova, and then the third, Bosnia. So, Eva, how do you read that decision of the Commission to recommend to open the negotiations, the accession negotiations with those countries?
Well, I would like to really underline that the power of the Union is with the member states. So indeed, we do have a political leadership of the President of the European Commission and the President of the European Council, but the underlying power lies with the member states. If the member states' politicians, based on the choice of the citizens, do not agree or lead the European power on the global stage, we are going nowhere. And we are not for the first time in the past decades facing really dramatic change on the European continent, a security one, but we also do have a window of opportunity to move forward towards becoming a geopolitical European Union. I do agree with all the challenges, but I still would rather say we need to discuss what are also the faults and pities and dangers and risks if we are not moving ahead into the direction. The enlargement policy is, again, the European Commission is acting upon the guidance and request of the European member states from the European Council. So the European Commission got a certain task to review, based on merits, the progress and efforts of the countries which are requesting or having the ambition to join the European Union. And now it will be upon the member states in the European Council, in the Council of the EU, to decide on that. What is essential in assessing the country's readiness and ambition is especially the political and economic criteria, but it really goes down to the rule of law. Because a rule of law is the basics for the functioning political environment and democracy, but also for this European single market. Because if you do not have a rule of law, if you do not have companies coming to the EU or operating on the EU internal market, having trust in functioning country, also, you know, without corruption, etc., and having the court's decision really enforceable, then also the economy will falter. What is important to stress with this debate about geopolitical union or not in this last so-called enlargement package published by the European Commission is that the Commission puts a lot more stress on the so-called CFSP alignment. CFSP, Common Foreign and Security Policy. Maybe a little historical window. Indeed, the European Union or European Community in the past 6-7 decades, regarding external policies, it did start as a development agency. It was a kind of, you know, the goody buddy going around the world in the ECP countries to start with. And then with the subsequent enlargement of the Union itself, with the new members, also the foreign policy, external policy was changing. So with the 80s enlargement for Latin American, for Spain and Portugal. We started opening delegations in the Latin American continent, etc. And Thomas already mentioned the war in Yugoslavia in the 90s. That was the push, external push for the EU member states back then to actually establish this CFSP policy, Common Foreign and Security Policy. So in a way, we are, in historical terms, very young as a foreign policy actor, and it still is a mostly intergovernmental policy, first and foremost regarding security, intelligence cooperation, military cooperation. At the same time, there are really milestones happening on the EU level in cooperating much more with the European Defence Agency. We have this DIRPA tool for joint public procurement, and yes, it is extremely difficult, and yes, we are facing the issue of having different histories, very different interests, but we will somehow need to converge, because we are facing at least a very aggressive neighbor in the east, that is the Russian Federation. I don't think anybody in this room or other analysts could say that the whole thing changed. We have no longer business as usual, and this issue is there going to be for decades. Yes, anything can happen anytime. I'm also usually telling the students when I'm talking to them, listen, I was born in the Eastern Bloc in the late 70s in a country that doesn't exist anymore. And a few years ago, I was posted in the US as the deputy spokesperson of the European Union delegation. So in 1989, my parents would definitely not think that, this is a professional path for me. So things can be changing. It is also extremely important for us inside the European Union, among the member states, but also experts, to be speaking much more about the various scenario analysis. And I feel that at least in the institutions, there is a lot of hesitance to really engage and lead this scenario analysis, but we do need it. I was, for example, for 4 years covering the EU response to the war in Syria, and I dare say maybe we could have omitted some mistakes if we were able to do much more open and more credible scenario analysis of what may be happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. We have many questions already from the audience, which surprises me. Some of them even with some likes. So I maybe will start with some of them. The one which has already likes is, what about the integration of Turkey in the EU? Would it be possible in the near future? So if anybody, if you wants to react, so...
I'm not sure whether I should jump in, because I had spent 3 years in Ankara with a posting at the European Union delegation as the head of political reporting, and that's probably also why I really wanted to underline the work of these EU delegations and, hand in hand in the so-called Team Europe with the member states' embassies in the third countries, because the delegation is actually writing the first draft of this enlargement report. And then the draft goes to the headquarters in Brussels, to the consultations inside the Commission, and some side consultations with the member states. Well, we have been always saying that we would wish that Turkey or Turkey is not, is getting closer to us, but not farther away from us. But what Turkey has clearly taken as a direction in the past decade, for example, especially in the past decade, especially with the change of the constitution and launch of the so-called executive presidency in their political system, that's clearly not in line with the political criteria which we are having in place. And the report of the European Commission is quite clearly stating that. In late November, you may be kind of looking forward to the Commission and the High Representative report to the European Council that will put into the place some areas of, kind of summing up the state of play where we are on EU-Turkey relations, but also again putting on the table some alternatives how to engage, because we also do not have the luxury not to engage in the EU-Turkey relationship. And we are engaging on the trade issues, on climate issues, so in many, many areas, but the possible enlargement negotiations has been really in the freezer for many years now.
Thank you. Then there is a special question for Luc. wouldn't the absence of a veto, we've already heard about a veto, of a veto in foreign or neighborhood policy help the EU to be a strong player in global play, I guess?
Well, I think that's a very interesting question. On the one hand, it seems to make good sense if you abolish a veto, especially if you're a club of 27, which means that any single member of these 27 can say no, and then the community or the group as a whole cannot act. It is a risky situation of one member state taking others hostage. There have been examples of that as well. On the other hand, I personally do not think that abolishing a veto is a kind of panacea for solving some of the European Union's fundamental issues, which are of a different nature. And also because when you say veto, I mean, it sounds as if it's something very bad. But the other side of the medal is that veto means unanimity. And it means that we take decisions which all member states, and which, as Eva said, are in charge of these fundamental matters, agree with. And when it's about issues which are really close to identity, history, culture, matters of war and peace are always in that category, it is of course important that everybody agrees with fundamental decisions. And therefore, I think there can be instances where some of, let's say, more or less symbolically important vetoes could maybe be abolished to avoid this kind of hostage-taking of one member state, which is really to the detriment of all, and where sometimes the veto playing is not even linked to the issue at stake. But I think where we are, and for these really important issues, it is important that all ministers or all leaders agree with these key decisions, also so that when they go home, so to say, when they go to they have had a meeting in Brussels and then they go to Prague or to Helsinki or to Lisbon, they cannot say, well, it was just a Brussels meeting, I've been outvoted and I'm not even going to apply the decision or uphold the decision which we have taken. But it means that they are politically bound by that decision and that they can also be held accountable to it. And I think that is an important function of this rule of unanimity, which I can reassure those who joined the European Union or their member state in 2004 and later, which was already hotly debated in the 1960s between France and the Netherlands and Belgium. So this veto issue has always been a very powerful, symbolic and political issue, has often been divisive. It won't go away for reasons which are fundamental.
Thank you. I'd still like to pose one question towards our topic, because the questions we have here, some of them are not really concerning the neighborhood policy, though I'll come back to them. I have a question for Thomas, and it's more again about the conflicts which we have in some regions in the neighborhood. So what do you think should be the role the EU should play in them, maybe as well from the political point of view?
Well, it's a difficult question because it's the level of degree we are ready to accept to solve a conflict. It's not always possible to solve a conflict, diplomatically, as is often said, unfortunately. So I have no general answer to this question. Maybe a way to respond in unfortunately quite pessimistic way. It is, When you read, for instance, the last paper, The Strategic Compass, which is a good paper, in my opinion, you know, interesting in its vision. But when you arrive at the end, it is said that the EU should be able to deploy 5,000 troops. Are you serious? We are not. You know, I remember in 2002 there was the so-called Helsinki goals, and at that time we were supposed to be able to deploy 60,000 troops. So if we think that we will be able, you know, to resolve conflicts with this sort of military means, we are mistaken.
Thank you. It was indeed a difficult question, though. I still would like to hear some answers to it. So, Luc, for example, what do you think should be the role of the EU in the regional conflicts in the neighborhood?
Well, I mean, I do not have to add so much to what Thomas already said, but there clearly is a role for the EU to try with others to negotiate and broker a kind of ideally peace, or at least an understanding, for instance, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which one EU actor, the President of the European Council, tried, and he used also, we discussed earlier, the European Political Community format to get these leaders together with the French President, German Chancellor, to bring them around the table. Unfortunately, this was not followed up in Grenada, as you mentioned, Marketa, but clearly there, the EU, which in this case of hard power always has to mean the EU as in EU institutions plus leaders from a few large member states. That's how it is, and that is also Europe, in my view. I have no scruples when it comes to that. That is one example. I don't know whether you want to discuss the situation in Belarus or in the Western Balkans, where also historically the EU has also played a role, even if the Americans at the time did, of course, the heavy work, but the EU has then played a role with certain missions. Well, Eva will know more about it: police missions or observer missions, etc. So there is definitely work to do, which to some extent, other regional organizations can do. But there used to be the OSCE, but it is in a bad shape because Russia is still a member. So it's a little bit lost a bit of its vigor, to the extent it still had that vigor. So there's NATO, but in some conflicts, NATO is seen as a part of the conflict. So the EU can still be an actor.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to the questions from the audience. The most popular one doesn't have to do much with the neighborhood policy. Still, I'll pose it to Stepan, who actually mentioned already the President of the European Council, Charles Michel. Should we abolish the international role of the President of the European Council in general?
How would we do that? Will we prevent him or her from traveling? Of course, I think that the precise institutional setup we have right now was the deliberate decision by the member states back in, what was that, 2007, that we want to have the two posts of the two presidents separate, so that there's someone to steer the work of the European Council and then someone more of a CEO of the European Commission who has much more to do than only to steer the work of the European Council. I think that, in the treaties we confer a sort of role to the President of the European Council. I'm not exactly sure that because we've only had 3 examples of them out of 2 who were former Belgian prime ministers, which is a good thing in one way, which is maybe not that much good thing in another way. But sorry for that. But in a way, I think the member states should think more about the kind of competence profile they should be given to the President of the European Council. And so once the decision is made, not to complain about that too much. Of course. in the strict sense, the role is procedural to steer the work between the 4 European councils we have every year, and not to present himself or herself as the president of Europe, which I'm not accusing Charles Michel of doing so, but still the fact that we are still missing the one phone number probably will be extremely difficult to resolve within the institutional setup we have right now. If you opt for a European Federation, which some members of the European Parliament and some members of the Czech government are arguing for, that would definitely change the ways, but let's see what kind of democratic mandate will the voters give in elections next year for that.
Yes, Luke, please.
Yeah, just a brief additional comment, which I'm not making because I worked for another former prime minister who was president of the European Council for 5 years, who was Herman van Rompuy, as a member of his team, and where indeed it was a different situation, and that president used most of his energy internally to bring all member states online when it came in particular to the financial and economic and euro crisis. But I wanted actually to make a more analytical point, which is related to this issue of external representation. And it has to do with the change of era in a way we are living in, and with the issue of geopolitics as well. Because there are no doubt many EU legal experts in the room. And of course, the Lisbon Treaty, which invented this dual external representation with the President of the European Council on one hand and the President of the Commission on the other hand, was written for a different world. It was written in a different era, 20 years ago. It was written for a world in which the cleverest people back then thought we could separate, on the one hand, foreign affairs, classic foreign affairs, the issue for the member states, think about the war in Iraq or Afghanistan, Middle East peace process, these kind of things. That was, in a way, entrusted or mandated to European Council President. And on the other hand, we would have trade, economic relations, economic external relations, which is closer, as Eva can confirm, to also historically to the work of the European Commission. So you have security on the one hand and economy on the other hand, to put it simply, with two external representations. What could be easier than that? Well, the fact is that the world has changed, and that today the most important, the most difficult decisions, and Thomas will confirm, are, for instance, about precisely where these two worlds come together. They are about economic security. They are about how do we deal with China as an economic partner, where we have important export-import relations, but which is also at the same time, to some extent, a security threat, where we have to reflect, and we have taken a very clear decision in bringing down our energy dependence on Russia, but there was a mix of energy and security considerations. So the world has changed, and the, let's say, the diplomatic and institutional setup of the EU has not changed with it, because it always takes more time. But I think this indeed invites us collectively to think, okay, how can we make the European Union more fit for an age in which economy and security are no longer separated? I'm not going to give an answer because you're going to ask me, because I think but first we have to agree on the analysis. And the analysis is, this was made for another age and we are in a new age. So I do not only blame, of course, personalities always play a role. It's not that they couldn't have done a better job. I think they could have and they should have than von der Leyen and Michel do when it comes to their cooperation. But it's also more difficult for them than it was 10 or 15 years ago with the kind of issues they are dealing with.
Thomas, we've heard that the Lisbon Treaty was made for another world, for a different world. On the other hand, to have a new treaty, is it even possible to imagine that? Even with the Lisbon Treaty, it was really difficult to get it through. We would have to have in some countries even referendums. So could you realistically imagine to open the treaties and to go again through that whole process, which actually ended with the signature of the Czech president here in Prague, but which was really difficult in few countries. So do you think there is a possibility to have something else than the Lisbon Treaty?
Frankly speaking, I don't know. What can I say? It is that, in 2005, I remember pretty well, because I started in the think tank industry. So there was a double rejection of the EU treaty by the Netherlands and France. And at that time, we were very active to develop the relation between the EU and Russia. And I remember pretty well I've been told by my Russian colleagues, your votation is the end of the EU. Because Vox Populi, Vox Dei, which is very funny when a Russian colleague explained to you democracy. And to some extent, if you continue in this way, you will have a dysfunctional EU. So in their perspective, it's interesting because it was confirmed in a sense, by the Brexit. So you have this expectation, made in Russia since almost 20 years that the EU is by its nature, because of this rejection, after what was made to adopt, the Lisbon Treaty, dysfunctional. Second point, if you read, that's something I made recently, if you read the Lisbon Strategy, it should have been, 2009, you are faced a big paradox, which is uncomfortable for all of us, The more Europe has enlarged, the less it is global. And that's something on which we should be very, very, very careful once again, because there is a loss of European competitivity, which is more and more visible, especially in relation with the US. Our economy are in very difficult terms by comparison with the US one. So the gap between the US and Europe has increased dramatically, and also the gaps in terms of economic development within the EU, to say nothing of the relation between Germany and France, for instance. That's why if we try to be focused on what can be done, and if you take my points, you see that I am very careful with this idea of being geopolitical, because for me it is related to the use of force. So that's why we should be very careful. And that's why I'm more comfortable in trying to say where it's possible to create consensus, to have a real impact in terms of competitivity, in terms of improving our security or economic security. I see three fields. The very first one is space activity, and in particular to keep and to improve our access to space. That's something which was done by Europeans in the past. We can continue to be done with adaptation, but if we fail on that, there will be, believe me, no European security at all. Second, cybersecurity, which is a huge challenge given, the decision taken and the fact that the EU was very, very slow to understand, the digitalization and what was done by the GAFAM. So as long as you are not able, to protect your own data, it's very difficult to be serious in cybersecurity. And last but not least, but that's something very easy, we move swiftly and efficiently in France on that. It is to be maybe more tough with the ESG when it's related to defense activities. I think it's highly important at the European level to say, yes, we should invest on our defense industrial base. And we should be able to say on that, forget for some time, ESG.
Thank you. I'll come back to the questions from the audience. We have 10 more minutes left. Eva, what is the proper way to use EU's neighborhoods policy when Hungary has, let's say, an alternative position?
Well, it's probably rather a broader question of our effectiveness and decision-making, and Luke had been talking, and Thomas a little bit as well, about the unanimity or veto, whether you want to call it more positive way unanimity or more negative way as a veto, in the intergovernmental policy, which is the common foreign and security policy. And indeed, the risk of removing unanimity or veto from the foreign policy is that even if you have then qualified majority voting, we are already now facing some member states who are, let's say, overvoted, and then on the qualified majority voting, and they go home to their capital and saying, well, I don't care, I will go to the European Court of Justice and I'm not going to implement it. So it's a broader systemic problem of indeed one or more member states, once they are members of the family, then you can't do much. The way the treaties are set up, there is very little coercion mechanisms for members of the family. We may have anti-coercion mechanisms for our foreign economic policy, but we don't have that many for us internally. And that's also why the member states, as well as the European Commission in the enlargement process, are so adamant about the rule of law. The rule of law being in place before the countries are potentially becoming members of the Union.
Thank you. Maybe that's a question for Stepan, who works for the government, so who is inside of it all. What role shall the Czech Republic play inside the EU in current multiple crises, Ukraine, Israel, and in the EU's foreign policy in general?
If I want to be cynical, I would say that the best role of Czech foreign policy was to be a bridge between the East, West, and North and South. Usually it's a bridge the foreign armies then walk over, so I don't really think that will be an honest answer. But I think that, well, there is a unique perspective among EU member states that, for instance, you mentioned the Middle Eastern, not peace process, but conflict right now. We have a very, very strong tradition of our ties with Israel. I couldn't spend 2 or 3 hours in a debate why is it so and whether it's reciprocal, for instance. But on the other hand, this is one of the few elements of our domestic and foreign policy. There is actually unanimity within the political class. You can get 200 votes in the chamber in support of Israel. Maybe even the prime minister has to moderate these elements within the political scene. And I think that this is a perspective we can be using within the European Council, for instance, to have a broader range of views. I understand that we are one pole of the debate about our stance towards the Middle Eastern conflict. But I don't really think that the EU is like totally divided vis-a-vis. I think that we've had a set of statements by leaders, by the foreign ministers, and that the fact that some interpret these what's within differently domestically, that's the reality of politics. That's the reality of unanimous decision, that you have to come back to your political scene, to your political system, to your political language, and then describe that you took the responsibility and you stand by your decision. So, in a way, coming back to the question of efficient foreign policy making, I don't really think that the procedural debate about QMV veto is the right one. I think that it will be very interesting to see that play academically and to do some analysis how the coalitions may change if we change the voting methods. But in reality, I don't think that to have an efficient policy, if you could have 3 or 4 member states to be constantly overvoted, you don't really have a united foreign policy. And then everybody's talking about Hungarian veto. We're not talking about the Austrian veto enough. I think if we could secure our borders with enlargement of Schengen a couple of months ago, actually a year ago, we could have easily done so. Were it not for Austrian veto, which was purely domestic politic making, we accuse Orbán of being cynical, and I think it's the right thing to do. But nobody has ever accused Nehammer of being equally cynical when it comes to not losing his elections. So just a side note on the, I would say, bit difficult debate about that veto, that there is a veto in the EU, and when we abolish the veto, EU will be paradise on earth.
Thank you. There is a specifically addressed question to Luc. Maybe it's time to beg a question on the table about Europe defense community.
What is the question?
Sorry. Maybe it is time to beg a question on the table about European defense community.
Yeah, I heard the question, but I mean, when we talk about defense, we discussed this earlier, it's not today the EU as such, which is a credible actor to defend even collectively, the territory of the member states of the European Union. I think in the short term, this is about NATO, and it will be about organizing the Europeans within NATO, some of whom are in the EU and others are not, like the United Kingdom, which is a very important partner, I think, in NATO. And if one day, which we hope will not happen, but let's say, and the scenario was put on the table earlier, the United States walks out of NATO, this will still need to be the place where, as Europeans, we organize our collective defense. And in parallel, the EU can and should start organizing itself and ourselves better. And as I mentioned, a few initiatives which have more to do with defense industry and public procurement and making sure that we do not have 37 different sizes of ammunition and these kind of issues. But on the military side, it is not the moment to put the European defense community, which has been on the table in the 1950s and was voted off the table by the French Assemblée Générale in 1954, put it back now on the table in 2024.
Thank you. Last question to have the circle full. It's specifically addressed to Thomas. How do you explain that France was wrong with regard to Russia's interests? And we have 3 more minutes left, so it's quite short.
No, it's a little bit difficult for me to conclude on that because it's a very long story. I worked a lot on that on a personal basis, so there are different things which should be said, but in Prague, I think it's important to insist on the statement made by President Macron in Bratislava, you know. That's my answer to this question. Now, another observation. You know, France and Germany were right in 2003 with Russia regarding the intervention made by the UK and the US and the UK and others and other Europeans in Iraq. So it explained a lot to some extent, maybe. And this idea that's why I insist on that, very, very careful on this idea of geopolitics, you know, because this opposition, this diplomatic opposition was not at all successful to change the course of events. Just after, you know, France was very happy to be back to the so-called P3, and it can explain, you know, in my view, the strategic failure of the intervention in Libya. And I can continue on that. So my point is to say we all made some mistakes. I think that my job as a think tanker is to be able to make, you know, a sort of retex on that. And an additional point in to follow up on what was said by Luke, 2 things. He said very rightly that to some extent US elections are more important for us than the next European elections. And that's a big problem. And second, I'm very skeptical, as you understand, you know, about, you know, this idea of integrated European armed forces. I think it's very far away from us. Having said that, we should and we can really progress for procurement and defense industry. I think that we should be up to 200 billion of military spending, all EU members included. I don't know if the UK is in this figure, maybe the UK is in that. And if we are not able to produce our own system, I mean, as soon as you are not able to produce your own weapons, you quit history.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of questions left. We have a lot of topics to discuss, but unfortunately our time's over. Thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. Eva Horelová, Štěpán Černý, Thomas Gomard, and Luc van Middelaar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, to you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. And now I have the pleasure to invite you for a coffee break, which is served right downstairs. So please enjoy the break, have a coffee and informal discussions. And please be back at 4:55 because we will continue with keynote speech and then other panel discussion. So enjoy your break.
In just under 300 days, Europeans will take to the polls in our unique and remarkable democracy. Among them will be millions of first-time voters. The youngest of them were born in 2008. As they stand in that polling booth, they will think about what matters to them. And when I speak to the new generation of young people today, I see that same vision for a better future, that same burning desire to build something better, that same belief that in a world of uncertainty, and that is what we have to do together. It is the moment to show them that we can build a continent where you can be who you are, love who you want, aim as high as you want, a continent that is united in freedom and peace. This is Europe's moment to answer the call of history. Long live Europe. Our Team Europe approach has enabled us to be more strategic, more assertive, and more united. We want to lead efforts to make the rules-based order fairer and make distribution more equal. This will also mean working with new and old partners to deepen our connections. Just last week, when I was in Delhi, we signed, I think, the most ambitious project of our generation, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. These are state-of-the-art connections for the world of tomorrow, faster, shorter, cleaner. These are investments in our partners' economies and their investment in Europe's prosperity and security in a fast-changing world.
Poslední úvěr ve výši 790 milionů euro nám vlastně pomůže zainvestovat v následujících několika letech právě do toho, abychom byli schopni naši distribuci připravit na výzvy budoucnosti, to znamená na instalace obnovitelných zdrojů ve velkém měřítku.
Evropská investiční banka je pro nás opravdu stabilní partner. Projekty, které jsme uskutečnili a pravděpodobně by se možná ani nerealizovali, kdybychom nespolupracovali s EIB, tak jsou například vybudování nemocnice následné péče v Moravské Třebové, což je záležitost unikátní, protože v České republice se nejvíce investuje do nemocnic akutní péče, urgentních, a toto je nemocnice doléčovací.
Děkuji EIB za to, že nám pomohla s financováním lokomotiv Trax MS3, to znamená, jsou to více systémové moderní lokomotivy. Tím, že jsou to nejnovější lokomotivy v Evropě, tak mají dokonce sníženou spotřebu o 5 až 7%. Spotřebu elektrické energie, to znamená, že jsou nejenom zelené, ale jsou vlastně ultrazelené, protože jsou vlastně efektivnější než jiné elektrické lokomotivy.
My pracujeme se společnostmi tak, že z jejich plastů jim děláme jejich produkt. Je to takzvaná cirkulární ekonomika. Investice více jak 1 milion euro byla pro nás předtím neuchopitelná, jo? Takže my jsme za to rádi, posunulo nás to někam dál. Mohli jsme si koupit zařízení, které je sofistikovanější, který nám umožní lépe zpracovat ten odpadní produkt.
Nová linka medzi SGEF a EIB má podporiť projekty, ktoré doteraz neboli financovateľné tak na našej strane ako na strane EIB, a to sú projekty z oblasti inovácie, zelených investícií.
že tohle je nádherná tělocvična, která vznikla právě z peněz Evropské investiční banky, ale nejenom tělocvična. Pak to jsou projekty dopravní infrastruktury, pak to jsou také projekty v oblasti sociálních služeb, pak to jsou třeba projekty, a to je asi největší část těchto peněz od Evropské investiční banky, které putují do nemocnic. Ta spolupráce s Evropskou investiční bankou určitě zlepšuje životy lidí, protože my bychom neměli takový velký objem finančních prostředků, které potřebujeme vložit do projektu.
The European Green Deal was born out of this necessity to protect our planet. But it was also designed as an opportunity to preserve our future prosperity. Europe's industry is showing every single day that it is ready to power this transition, proving that modernization and decarbonization can go hand in hand. Take the electric vehicle sector. It is a crucial industry for the clean economy with a huge potential in Europe. Our wind industry, for instance, is a European success story. We will fast-track permitting even more. We will improve the auction systems across the European Union. We will focus on skills, access to finance, and stable supply chains, from wind to steel, from batteries to electric vehicles. Our ambition is crystal clear. The future of our clean tech industry has to be made in Europe. We stay the course, we stay ambitious, and we stick to our growth strategy.
Planning a trip to Prague? Save time, hassle and money on admission to sites and attractions. Get a Prague Visitor Pass, the only official all-inclusive city card. Choose a pass for either 48, 72 or 120 hours for adult, child or student. Get a plastic card or a virtual card in the app. Simply activate it whenever you want. It gives you access to more than 60 historical sites, guided tours, museums, galleries, the world-famous Prague Zoo, and cruises on the Vltava River. The pass includes unlimited travel on Prague's public transport, ferries, the historical hop-on hop-off tram, and the funicular to Petrin Hill. Go to praguevisitorpass.eu or download the free app. Prague Visitor Pass. One card, endless experience.
In just under 300 days, Europeans will take to the polls in our unique and remarkable democracy. Among them will be millions of first-time voters. The youngest of them were born in 2008. As they stand in that polling booth, they will think about what matters to them. And when I speak to the new generation of young people today, I see that same vision for a better future, that same burning desire to build something better, that same belief that in a world of uncertainty, and that is what we have to do together. It is the moment to show them that we can build a continent where you can be who you are, love who you want, aim as high as you want, a continent that is united in freedom and peace. This is Europe's moment to answer the call of history. Long live Europe. Our Team Europe approach has enabled us to be more strategic, more assertive, and more united. We want to lead efforts to make the rules-based order fairer and make distribution more equal. This will also mean working with new and old partners to deepen our connections. Just last week, when I was in Delhi, we signed, I think, the most ambitious project of our generation, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. These are state-of-the-art connections for the world of tomorrow, faster, shorter, cleaner. These are investments in our partners' economies and their investment in Europe's prosperity and security in a fast-changing world.
Poslední úvěr ve výši 790 milionů euro nám vlastně pomůže zainvestovat v následujících několika letech právě do toho, abychom byli schopni naši distribuci připravit na výzvy budoucnosti, to znamená na instalace obnovitelných zdrojů ve velkém měřítku.
Evropská investiční banka je pro nás opravdu stabilní partner. Projekty, které jsme uskutečnili a pravděpodobně by se možná ani nerealizovali, kdybychom nespolupracovali s EIB, tak jsou například vybudování nemocnice následné péče v Moravské Třebové, což je záležitost unikátní, protože v České republice se nejvíce investuje do nemocnic akutní péče, urgentních, a toto je nemocnice doléčovací.
Děkuji EIB za to, že nám pomohla s financováním lokomotiv Trax MS3, to znamená, jsou to vícesystémové moderní lokomotivy. Tím, že jsou to nejnovější lokomotivy v Evropě, tak mají dokonce sníženou spotřebu o 5 až 7%. Spotřebu elektrické energie, to znamená, že jsou nejenom zelené, ale jsou vlastně ultrazelené, protože jsou vlastně efektivnější než jiné elektrické lokomotivy.
My pracujeme se společnostmi tak, že z jejich plastů jim děláme jejich produkt. Je to takzvaná cirkulární ekonomika. Investice více jak 1 milion euro byla pro nás předtím neuchopitelná. Jo? Takže my jsme za to rádi, posunulo nás to někam dál. Mohli jsme si koupit zařízení, které je sofistikovanější, který nám umožní lépe zpracovat ten odpadní produkt.
Nová linka medzi SGEF a EIB má podporiť projekty, ktoré doteraz neboli financovateľné tak na našej strane ako na strane EIB, a to sú projekty z oblasti inovácie, zelených investícií.
Tohle je nádherná tělocvična, která vznikla právě z peněz Evropské investiční banky, ale nejenom tělocvična. Pak to jsou projekty dopravní infrastruktury, pak to jsou také projekty v oblasti sociálních služeb, pak to jsou třeba projekty, a to je asi největší část těchto peněz od Evropské investiční banky, které putují do nemocnic. Ta spolupráce s Evropskou investiční bankou určitě zlepšuje životy lidí, protože my bychom neměli takový velký objem finančních prostředků, které potřebujeme vložit do projektu.
The European Green Deal was born out of this necessity to protect our planet. But it was also designed as an opportunity to preserve our future prosperity. Europe's industry is showing every single day that it is ready to power this transition, proving that modernization and decarbonization can go hand in hand. Take the electric vehicle sector. It is a crucial industry for the clean economy with a huge potential in Europe. Our wind industry, for instance, is a European success story. We will fast-track permitting even more. We will improve the auction systems across the European Union. We will focus on skills, access to finance, and stable supply chains, from wind to steel, from batteries to electric vehicles. Our ambition is crystal clear. The future of our clean tech industry has to be made in Europe. We stay the course, we stay ambitious, and we stick to our growth strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy the coffee break, that you refreshed yourself and you are ready for another set of interesting speeches and discussion. Right now we are gathering here to firstly hear one keynote address and then to discuss European visions for Ukraine. And then also we will discuss the new security geopolitical order. So that's our, let's say, lineup for the rest of this afternoon / evening. And as I said, we will start this, let's say, phase of Prague European Summit with a keynote address. Unfortunately, Mr. Jan Lipavský, Foreign Minister of the Czech Republic, couldn't join us today because he has the meeting of the Czech government right now. But we have a very great speaker instead of him, who is Mr. Eduard Hulicius, who is Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Czechia. So I would like now to pass the floor to Mr. Hulicius.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a difficult task trying to replace the irreplaceable, my minister, who cannot come, who couldn't come because of of government duties, sadly. But anyway, I'm here. So, dear Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, although merely a replacement, I'm very delighted that I have the opportunity to address you and the Prague European Summit and to say a few words on behalf of the Minister. I should begin with clear statement that the European values are under immense pressure and we must constantly look for ways how to defend them. Freedom, democracy, rule of law, human rights, these pillars of European society are frequently attacked. Sometimes they prevail only after extraordinary efforts from our side. Your summit, or this Prague European Summit, allows us to approach the current European challenges from combined perspective of governments, think tanks, media, diplomacy. Such dialogues are vital in pursuing ways to protect the liberal democracy. And this year, your focus on the EU's comprehensive resilience and geopolitical leverage is very timely and acute topic. With one single theme in forefront of all, and that's Ukraine and the Russian war of aggression against it. Our continuous support of Ukraine and the gradual European integration are crucial aspects for resilience of the Union, of the European Union we have. And the EU must also be a very strong and reliable geopolitical player. For now more than a year and a half, the Ukrainians have been heroically defending their nation, their sovereignty, their statehood, and indirectly the whole of Europe, all of us. They have and they will always have our immense respect and unwavering support. The enemy, the Kremlin and its proxies, are challenging us, they are challenging Europe on many fronts. Ukraine is and will remain the main battlefield which will decide whether Russia succeeds or fails in its effort to preserve their ways of governing. And we must not let Ukraine down. There are those who suggest that a deal with Russia at the expense of Ukraine is possible, and they are wrong. This would only encourage the Putin's regime to advance as its goals, and they are not secret, these goals are rather open, reach far beyond Ukraine. We have what it takes to succeed. We have the will, we have the resolve of Europe, of European nations. The positions of our union and of our alliance of NATO are strong. What we need is to keep focus on the tasks. The military deliveries must be fast, sustainable, and closely coordinated with Ukraine. So far, we are delivering what we can. Increased pressure through sanctions is needed, as well as the special tribunal for crime of aggressions. The reason why my minister is not here is very closely related to the sanctions, so I hope he will be apologized. We also need to continue support of the President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan. Czech Republic is very active is playing very actively its role on several points of the peace plan. As concerns Ukraine's prospects of further integration to the EU and NATO, these are pillars of our future partnership, and we are heartily supporting them. In our belief, in belief of Czechia and the government, the gradual integration of Ukraine is vital for the resilience of our continent. We must provide also a balanced roadmap for the countries on the path of joining the EU from the Western Balkans and Eastern Europe. In this regard, we support the last Commission's enlargement package and its recommendations. As concerns the Union, our Union, it must be geopolitically strong. That means it has to address the world and the crisis and affairs of the world, which is interconnected more and more. Many conflicts outside of Europe, or most of conflicts outside of Europe, have serious impacts on our continent. Wherever there is conflict, there are refugees, there are migration waves. Whenever there is conflict, there our trade is disrupted, the raw materials production can be disrupted. Everything is almost immediately having its effect on Europe. One intangible accompany of conflicts is the disinformation. Disinformation, which is spread on modern networks and which is affecting our societies from within. To have a globally strong EU, each member state should focus on its strength. Each member state should serve with the other member states to find synergies and protection from all crises. To address our vulnerabilities, such as dependence on China, the EU should diversify smartly, balance our business and our trade, and build enough security checks into actions on the international stage. The framework of the EU trade agreements is vital for the geopolitical European Union. And our contribution, the Czech contribution to the strong EU, exists. We have seen our recent presidency in the Council. We have shown that Czechia is assuming responsibility with good results. We have experience which is pushing us forward on our application for membership in the UN Security Council. We are determined to work with like-minded partners across the globe, deepening the strategic relations with the US, UK, and of course Japan and Korea. We are reaching out worldwide in a targeted way to friendly states like India, Vietnam, members of Gulf Cooperation Countries Council, and also countries in Africa and Latin America. We are implementing our national strategy for Indo-Pacific and Africa, especially as concerns Indo-Pacific. That's something rather novel for Czech Republic. What we want is to run projects of strategic communication and develop contacts with young leaders across the globe. These efforts are important for our bilateral relations, for building of long-term relations, but also for increasing the EU's geopolitical leverage. Just last mention about our adversary. We know that Russia has very few real staunch allies globally, but it also has a large group of countries that prefer to stay neutral in what they perceive as a European conflict in Ukraine. Sometimes they side with Russia because it benefits them, and it's our task and it's a role of European Union to actively engage with these countries, to explain, to make clear what's the situation and to make clear what must be the result of the war in Ukraine. And we are very active in this essential endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for inviting me. And I wish the Prague European Summit good discussions. I wish you good panelists and very nice evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for sharing your vision with us, and what is also important, the role of Czechia in this process and in this new world which is shaped by the conflict in Ukraine and by the Russian aggression. Now it's time to move to another point of our today's program, which is a European Chat. European Chat is a smaller, let's say, format for discussion that we are used to do here at the Prague European Summit, because European Chat is shorter when it comes to time. It is more informal, and it is also presenting less speakers than the normal plenary discussion. And right now, this European chat will focus on the European vision for Ukraine. And I would like to welcome here the three speakers, the great speakers of this European chat. I would like to ask Alexandra Matvichuk, President of the Center for Civil Liberties, to join us here. And I would like to also welcome here Monika Ladmanova, Head of the European Commission representation to the Czech Republic, to also join the stage. And last but not least, I would like to welcome here Mr. Jaroslav Zajíček, Director of the Foreign Policy Department of the Office of the President of the Czech Republic. This European chat is kind of special because we decided to not appoint the official moderator. So it will be a very, let's say, informal discussion, and it's kind of experiment, so we will see how it goes. And of course, I will be ready sitting somewhere there to come up with some question if it is necessary. But yes, it's European chat, so you can chat very freely. The topic is clear. It is European vision for Ukraine. I would like to hear from you not only your vision, but also the role of the European Union in the future of Ukraine. I would like to also hear some comments on how to further strengthen Ukraine and its democratic principles and its ties with European partners, for example. And to help you to start, I prepared the first question, and I would like to start with Alexandra. What is your vision for Ukraine? Where do you see Ukraine at the end of this decade? What can we expect? What is your even dream about the Ukraine in the future? So please, the floor is yours.
Maybe I will start with my personal story, because when I was in school, I dreamed to be a theater director, to make performances in the theater. But in the school, I got acquainted with Soviet dissidents, and I was ingrained in the Ukrainian dissident circle. And I met with people from the books of history. And they were fantastic people, people who say what they think and do what they say. People who had a bravery to stood up their voice against the whole totalitarian Soviet machine. And from that time, I know that when you have no other instruments but just your own words and your own position, it's not so little. These people were subjected to prison, to forcible psychological treatment. Some of them were killed, but they didn't stop, and then they succeed. I, as a children, was in their circle, and I was so inspired by this example that I decided to study law, not go to the theater, and myself fighting for freedom and for human dignity. So how I see Ukraine in the future, I see Ukraine as a country where the work of my organization, Center for Civil Liberties, in current format is not needed anymore. And I can fulfill, finally, my child dream.
Alexandra, if I may, I just would like to pay you a big respect for everything what you do and what you achieved, and the Nobel Peace Prize is very well deserved. So I'm glad that you didn't decide for the theater career and that you are here with us today. And we just agreed with Jaroslav that you should be the first to talk, because of course you are the most distinguished guest here. And also I wanted to ask you how you feel when we in Europe sometimes hear, and you must hear it as well in Ukraine, all this fatigue of the war. I think that it must be very difficult. I would be so frustrated being in Ukraine.
I think that it's very human to feel fatigue and to cover with the word something else, because I think that it's not fatigue. It's a lack of decisive decisions. What do I mean? When large-scale invasion started, the civilized world told, let's help Ukraine not to fail. And Ukraine obtained first weapons to be able to defend ourselves. And first serious economic sanctions were introduced into force. And we are extremely grateful because this helped us to survive and to resist to so enormous opposing power as Russia is. But this is a time to change this narrative to another one. Let's help Ukraine to win fast, because there is a huge differences between let's help Ukraine not to fail and let's help Ukraine to win fast. And we can practically measure these differences in types of weapons, in gravity of sanctions, and speed of decisions. So we have to work with this formula that international partner will be with us as long as it takes. It's not a strategy. We have to reframe this formula. We will be with you as long as Russia will be defeated. And this is a goal. So we have to set this ambitious goal, because when we have the common goal, we can have a common strategy, and then we can find resources to fulfill this common strategy. So if we feel fatigue, if we are bored with the situation, let's stop it. Let's help Ukraine to win fast and solve this problem.
If I may add, the vision of the future is for Ukraine to be the core of the European Union. That's the vision that we have. And first of all, I need to join my colleague in paying respect to you. The Nobel Prize is well deserved. I remember in 2012, I believe 10 years before you received it, that the EU received the EU Nobel Prize for Peace. And at that time, it was, subject to raised eyebrows in many respects, and we only understand now what it meant. So in many respects, this is part of the legacy, and I'm very happy that it is you. That's number one. So maximum respect. Second, I'm here in several incarnations, and why I mention this is that in all of these, there's a way how we can help you, and this is probably the core task. If we share the vision, the goal, how can we help you? I was part of the EU accession team back in the 90s and in early 2000s, and I do remember how difficult it was not to be subject to fatigue, to be negotiating thoroughly, to be able to sell the story and convince the others that you belong to the club. And we can spend some time in demonstrating how Czechia has been instrumental and will be in helping you on this way once again. Then the Czech presidency was already mentioned, and I remember we were jointly with the politicians, of course, the politicians as number one, rewriting the priorities of the Czech presidency. And you can ask everyone, at least in Brussels, that we made particular emphasis on participation of the Ukrainian ministers, debriefs going to you and putting on the agenda of the Czech presidency topics that have always been helping Ukraine. And the third incarnation, of course, is my current one, and I don't need to demonstrate probably for too long the determination on the side of the Czech president. I would just summarize it with the motto that we all know that Ukraine has to win, and we need to do our utmost to help you to win.
I support this suggestion because representing the European Commission here, and we've heard it on the panel before, that the European Commission clearly defined the vision for Ukraine, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said it clearly that the future of Ukraine is in the EU, and we have to do the utmost to support this. And I bring with me the list which has been published recently as a part of the enlargement package, where European Commission proposed and recommended to the member states to to open the negotiations with Ukraine. So there will be a decision made, hopefully in December at the summit in Brussels, that the leaders of the member states will decide. I hear that the Czech Republic will definitely go in this direction and follow what the European Commission suggested. And I have been amazed when I've read the findings of the evaluation report. I would recommend to everybody to read only the key findings, not to go through the 150 pages. But in every area, Ukraine had some level of preparations. Despite the war, despite the fact that there are people dying, that every day there are alarms asking people to go to some safe space, etc. Just a little remark, if I may. There are still about 5 countries in the European Union, the current member states, who didn't manage to ratify Convention of the Council of Europe, which is to protect victims of gender-based violence. And Ukraine did in July, during the wartime. I mean, you are doing such an amazing job in Ukraine in progressing. Of course, in the economic parameters, it's not easy, and there is still a little bit of lacking behind the necessary criteria, but everything can be remedied in this sense. It's so understandable that it doesn't work for the economic areas at this very moment. But again, the vision of European Commission for Ukraine is in the EU, in the heart of the EU. It's a security measure as well. I think that we've never faced, and we repeat it again and again, since the Second World War, when the democratic world grown. There are many more countries than before the Second World War. We never faced such a threat as we are now. One thing which is clear now for everybody in the EU and outside, it is clear who is our external enemy. And it is such an evidence about it, but it was not clear before the February 24th, 2022. We know who is our enemy. We know also who is our enemy in the Middle East and the enemy in Asia. But with Russia, I think that it's very good that we have this understanding now and that we have to work on this basis in the EU.
What can be said? You spoke about fatigue, and again, you might have heard the President on repeated occasions stressing that we need to fight the fatigue together, because this is what the adversary expects us to do, to get tired of it, to have new conflicts, new biases, and simply to wear us out. This is a strategy that should not succeed. That's very, very important. Actually, if you look a couple of years back, I would even mention something like enlargement fatigue. There has been, within the EU, within several member states, not to quote anyone, but I heard it on repeated occasions, no more microphones. You have to just imagine the situation when a group of 6 or 9 countries are sitting around a small table discussing the future of Europe, and all of a sudden you've got a room twice as big as this one. You don't even see who is sitting on the other side of the table telling you what you should do or you should not. That's something that is a change of a mindset for several. And I would say that I still see a very nice window of opportunity with what has been happening to sell you as the success story that you want to get to the club. I feel a new impetus. I feel new atmosphere, changed atmosphere in many respects. Of course, the question will be then again, how to organize even ourselves. But right now there is a momentum for you. When I looked back, I thought this is difficult to be repeated, but everybody got an idea that the new, at that time, new member states after the fall of the Iron Curtain should get into the club as soon as possible. But we only applied in 1996. We started negotiations in 1998-9, and we finished 2002. I believed that was the super fastest thing. Look at you. You put forward your application. You got the status. All within a month, and maybe by the end of the year you will have a decision to open the EU accession talks. This is something that I would have never believed that is possible to replicate, and here you are.
Maybe I will, based on what something was said, and tell that we can overcome the current situation with a spirit, because spirit is something which can't be converted in numbers, but it's something which can change the reality and define the future. Because when Putin started this large-scale invasion, he was confident that Ukraine will fall in 3 or 4 days. And not just Putin, our international partners also thought the same, because, look, Russia was 11th economy in the world. Russia has a much greater military potential, a much bigger population. But suddenly, it became obvious that people who have spirit and who are fighting for their freedom and their human dignity are much more powerful than even the second army in the world. So we have to take the spirit into account. And for the spirit, it's very important to have the intermediate positive news. And let me tell you what from Ukrainians' prisma, what means for ordinary Ukrainians this decision of European Commission, which provides a green line for, I hope, positive decision of EU Council in December. 9 years ago, millions of Ukrainians stood up their voice against corrupt and authoritarian government who stopped the Euro-integration process. In the day when it was happened, I myself with a team put European flag on the window of our office. It was our protest that probably our government stopped the integration process, but we're still moving. We are on our way. So millions of people bravely demonstrated just for a chance to build a country where the rights of everybody are protected, government is accountable, judiciary is independent, and police do not beat students who are peacefully demonstrating. And we all paying a high price for this, because the whole state machine started deliberate persecution against peaceful protesters around the country. And I was the coordinator of civil initiative Euromaidan SOS at that time. We brought up several thousands of people. We worked 24 hours per day and to provide legal and other kind of assistance to persecuted protesters. And every day, hundreds and hundreds of people who were beaten, arrested, tortured, accused in fabricated criminal or administrative charge pass through our care. People can be kidnapped and arrested only for wearing the EU ribbons on their clothes. And then you know that it's resulted in massive gunning down of peaceful protesters in the center square of Kiev. More than 100 people were killed by police. They were unarmed, and you can find the photo and videos from this scene, which is horrible, and show how people was killed like in a special polygon. So people were dying under EU and Ukrainian flags. And probably we Ukrainians are the only nation who give our blood for EU values. And for us, such decision, it have a significant impact. Yes, we're a nation in transit. We have to do a lot to be in line with all standards. We understand our responsibility. But this decision shows us that we are on the right track. And it's important to see your goal in some nearest visible future. Because when you see your goal clearly, it provides your energy and spirit to go faster, even during the large-scale war.
I truly hope that the wider society in Europe understands that Ukrainians are fighting for all of us, for entire Europe, because otherwise, especially in the Central Eastern European countries, there will be I think backlash as well. But this is something what we are repeating again and again, and maybe in the last months, as you said, you know, after a year and I don't know, 10 months of war, we have to make sure that it is still heard, that Ukrainians are fighting for all of us in the battlefield, that this is not only for your country, it's for Europe. And we are not living in an easy context these days. There are more, and I just hope that Ukrainians won't be exhausted and won't show the fatigue, because this would be a disaster for all of us.
I can assure you that we have no luxury to feel fatigue, because we are in a war. If you became fatigued, you will be killed. It's very visible. We have no other choice. This war has a genocidal character. If we stop fighting, there will be no more us. And we understand that we're fighting not just for Ukrainians. Even more, we are fighting for a chance for democratic future of Russia itself. And this is very understandable for my friend and colleagues, Russians human rights defenders, with whom we all these years working on the cases of illegally detained Ukrainians in Russia and occupied territories of Russia. And when I ask them how I can be helpful, because they are faced with enormous challenges. They are labeled as foreign agent. Some of them have to leave the country. Some of them under criminal prosecution. The human rights organization in Russia is closed and banned, and still they doing their job honestly, and they always respond. If you want to help us, please be successful. Because success of Ukraine will provide us a chance for democratic future of Russia itself.
What I'm convinced of is that Ukraine needs good news. You need good news, especially during these difficult times. And that's why I'm convinced that by the end of the year there will be a positive decision, because people do realize what you are going through. And it's our part of the job to keep reiterating to everyone else what you are going through. What you need is not only symbolic help. I know symbols do help. That's why the Czech president traveled within the first 100 days not only to Kiev but also to Dnipro to show that we are there with you. President Zelensky was already in Prague as well. The first lady was also in Kiev as well. These are the symbolic things. Then you need to convince the partners and the rest of the world about the narrative, because what you feel here in Prague is not shared 100% in the rest of the world. On the contrary, there are many places in the world that understand the other narrative, and it's our joint task to help fight the other narrative with our own experience and with our own words. So this is what you need as well. And in very practical terms, you will need allies and friends that will try to push your case through. In December will be the closest opportunity. And then on an everyday basis, what you need as well is even ministries helping your ministries getting ready for the EU accession. The sooner you'll be prepared, and it's also part of the exercise to convince not only the Commission but also the member states that you are ready. You're fulfilling the Copenhagen criteria, that is fine, but then you need to convince many in the EU that you will be ready to withstand all the pressure, and that your administration will be ready in this respect. And this is our task, and we do that. I've got that long list of all the line ministries that are helping within twinning projects or inviting their Ukrainian colleagues to Prague to show in very specific areas, starting with taxation or social affairs, how to best prepare for the EU accession. That's part of the exercise. So I do believe that here in Prague, you should feel very comfortable about getting all of this, from super political gestures, symbols, to everyday work. But you have to realize that this is not the case everywhere around the world, and that's part of our joint task.
Sure, and the Deputy Minister mentioned about so-called neutrality of some countries to this Russian war against Ukraine. And I always try to define the things clearly. I think it's not neutrality, because people, especially leaders of the state, can't be neutral to violation of international law. They can't be neutral to human suffering. It's not neutrality, it's indifference. And this means that we have a task to build these horizontal ties between people. Because when I tell the stories of war crimes which we documented now in Ukraine, This horror and this pain is understandable for all people, regardless their citizenship, their religions, their color of skin, their ideology, their political views, and all other criteria. Because first and foremost, we are human beings. And the war is probably the most horrible things which can happen in human life. But these dramatic times provide us an opportunity to express the best in us, to be courageous, to fight for freedom, to make a difficult but right choices, to take burden of responsibility and to help each other. Because when we help in each other, when we're risking our life for each other, this is something which makes us acutely aware what does it mean to be human beings. And I try to be not in my bubble, and that's why I always follow the sociology in Ukraine, and sociology confirms that the general mood of Ukraine is high, and people have no even doubt that we have to continue our fight for democracy and for our dignity. But probably the best this spirit will be explained with the story which I want to share with you. The story was recently told me by my friend who was born and lived and provided her childhood in a small town. I will not name this town, it can be dangerous for people whom I want to mention, because this town is now under Russian occupation. And when Russians occupied the territories, they do several things. First, they started deliberately exterminate active local people there. It's not just mayors or local deputies, it's journalists, writers, artists, priests, volunteers. Also, they banned Ukrainian language and Ukrainian culture, and they start this process of eroding Ukrainian identity, which is a part of genocidal policy which Russia brings to Ukrainian territory. And they obliged children in a school to start their day with singing Russian item, Russian national song. And one boy kept silence and didn't sing, and the teacher asked him, why you not join and not sing with others? He told, I don't know the words of the national Russian song. And teacher told, go home and learn by heart, and tomorrow we will look of your success. And next day, when this boy came to school, the teacher forced him to stand around the whole group and to start to sing the Russian national song. And this child suddenly started to sing Ukrainian national song. And for sure, it was a very difficult implication after this gesture, because security service came to his family, started to provide searches and arrest his father. But I told to myself, if kids in a school resist to Russian occupation, how we can tell that we are tired? How we can tell that we are deprived of the fight for people who live under Russian terror? Ukraine in this war, fighting not just for territories, but first and foremost for people who live there. We have no moral rights to leave our people alone for torture and death.
I believe that this goes for each of us, and this is why we are all obliged to join and not to be blind and not to repeat these things like, you know, there is a fatigue and Zelensky should take off his pullover and wear a proper jacket, etc. So when we see this speed, as you said, you know, and what you need to see, how things develop. I just want to recall that it was 24th of February when the war and the aggression of Russia started, and it was 28th of February when Ukraine submitted its application for the EU. It was amazing that you were so determined as a nation to join this club where we've heard it at the panel before. There are still internal discussions, who is more, if president of this institution or that institution, etc. I know it's a democratic process, but still, it's so ridiculous when we listen to your stories. And let's face it. The whole process of accession for each country who once did it was transformative. And I recall myself living in Czech Republic that it was years before the accession where so many reforms happened, and I think that we are just ridiculous ourselves because you are transforming your country so fast now. The Ukraine is just doing so much, as I said, judicial reform, anti-corruption, the oligarchization, etc., and still fighting. So there will be so much of transformation in the country, I think, after the war is over, and I hope that this will be as soon as possible. And the European Commission at least will do as much, as you said, as it takes not to let Putin prevail. That's what we repeat.
I think that it's very obvious, at least for this audience, that it's not just a war between two states, that this is a war between two systems, authoritarianism and democracy. Because with this war, Putin wants not just to punish Ukrainian people for our democratic choice, which we made 9 years ago during the Revolution of Dignity. With this war, Putin tried to convince that democracy, human rights and rule of law are fake values because they couldn't protect anyone during the war. And we have to win this value of dimension of this war. We have to demonstrate that Putin is wrong. And for this, we have to demonstrate justice. And I think that justice is very important in this story because all this hell which we now face in Ukraine, it's a result of total impunity which Russia enjoyed for decades, committed horrible crimes in Chechnya, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Mali, in Syria, in Libya, in other countries of the world. They have never been punished. They believe they can do whatever they want. And because for 9 years I worked directly with people who survived hell, I know that these people need to restore not just their broken lives, broken families, broken vision of the future. They need to restore their broken belief that rule of law is essential and justice is possible, even though delayed in time. And this is also a key for a speed of democratic transition, because when you make transformation, it's not enough just to adopt qualities laws or build formal institutions. Values of society always prevails. That's why to demonstrate justice, to punish Putin and his surrounding for this crime of aggression is a way how to contribute to a peace in our part of the world, where Russia for decades uses war crimes as the tool how to win wars and uses the wars as a tool how to achieve their geopolitical interests.
I intend to say amen after any intervention of yours. What is, I believe, in a sense, refreshing for the EU as a project itself is also that we see such an interest of countries to get in. You know, after Brexit, you started seeing, many countries pondering with this option to leave the EU from time to time, even in this country. But when you mentioned the passion, and we can feel it, it's very refreshing for the idea of the EU itself. Number one. Number two, when it comes to values, once again, we have been repeating, what values, how much of an importance they are. Yet we find a new new significance to the word of values. Actually, that you only now learn, and you travel around the world and you compare that the values is something that can unite us. You know, it's not only economy or culture. This is the values aspect that at the end is something that is the most important. If you share the values, you fight autocracies, you fight autocratic regimes. This is almost as a binary relation. Now you have to make your choice. You're here or you're there. You're with us or you're with them, and it's not an easy exercise. On this exercise, you've got I would say two enemies. And that is the disinformation and the economic situation. Because, and these two can be even played together. Of course, we all know, and you know it better than anyone else, how strong the influence of disinformation can be. And we know of very concrete targeted activities of third countries, not to name anyone, to influence the political and cultural and everyday life in almost any country. This is the fight we need to fight every day, and in this respect we are in this together. And the second one is the economic situation. Why I'm saying this is that people need to be well off to have even greater understanding for the situation in other countries. When it comes to a situation when people really feel that the economic situation is deteriorating, it's much more difficult to get the noble ideas, as blunt as that. So really it's a joint task to try to preserve in many respects, and I'm not sure if everybody is ready to do a sacrifice. So that's something that the politicians, before this is misused by those that will start saying we don't have enough, why are we doing this for someone else? This is something that can be misused, and that's the threat that I feel. I don't know how you feel about this.
You're totally right. Disinformation is a huge threat because war have different dimension, and not just military, but also economic, value, and informational dimension as well. And this is a very important battle, because if you hack the people, you can define their decision, which means that you can influence not just for their position, but for their actions and behaviors. And this is a very it's a very dangerous tool. And even before this war started in February 2014, the head of Russian army wrote the article where he mentioned that the words, photo, video, and generally text became a new weapon of mass destruction. So Russia was very good prepared for this war. Russia created the whole system of TV channels. Russia bribed not just some politicians, but some journalists in different countries. Russia organized stroll factories. Russia used Russian church and Russian culture studies as a tool, weaponize them just to fulfill their military goals. So now we face with this whole structure, and it's very difficult to overcome the structure with the truth, which means that truths have to be amplified. And when I start to analyze this propaganda, I understood that I can't tackle this propaganda with rational arguments, because it's just another complete different vision of the world. But what can be done is to tell stories, not even provide arguments that you are right and someone is wrong. You have just to tell human stories what happened, and suddenly it's provided changes. And let me tell you the story. It's a story of children writer Volodymyr Vakulenko, who wrote beautiful stories for children, and entire generation of Ukrainian children grow up on his book. During Russian occupation of Kharkiv region, Volodymyr disappeared, and his family hoped to the last that he's alive, and just like thousands of other Ukrainian civilians are in Russian captivity. But when Ukrainian army liberated Kharkiv region, we found mass graves with dead bodies of people there, men, women, even children. And in the grave under the number 318, we found the body of Volodymyr Vakulenko. And I know his family personally. It was very difficult for them to accept the result of identification. And when people ask me, for what Russians killed children writer, I have only one answer: because they can. Russia is empire, and the empire has a center, but has no borders, which means that if he not be able to stop Putin in Ukraine, he will go further, with the same tactics, with the same horror, and with the same results.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for the stories you shared with us. Unfortunately, our time for this European chat is over, so I would like to thank you very much for your comments, for your ideas, for your vision and stories, also for your support you were expressing to Ukrainian people, and I think that you all three deserve huge applause. Thank you very much again, and as I said before, we will start with the panel discussion and also with roundtable. So again, organizational matters. For those of you who were registered for the closed roundtable on Central European Perspective on Migration, you will find your venue room just over there behind the corner in the Kampa room. And the rest, please stay here. There is no break. We will just set the scene a little bit, and we will start with panel discussion. This time we will focus on European position in the formation of new security geopolitical order in the aftermath of Russia invasion of Ukraine. So please stay here. We just prepare the venue. We will prepare the tablet for our moderator. And we will start with a panel discussion about the European position, the formation of new security geopolitical order. I see that we have our speakers here, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I can see also Mr. Halas. Just one more minute or just few seconds so we can prepare the glasses, the waters. So we are setting the scene. I can see that speakers are ready, and also the moderator. So I can see that the scene is settled already, so I would like to ask the speakers of our next panel discussion to take their seats. It means Carlota Garcia Encina, Matúš Halas, Eric Morris, and the moderator of this panel discussion, Richard Jozwiak from the Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty in Prague. And as I said, this time we will focus on the new security geopolitical order. And I can see that the panel is ready to start. So, Richard Jozwiak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a pity that so many people left now, because we were talking about visions before, but now it's going to be something more exciting, positions. So, just don't get too excited yet. What we're going to talk about is, of course, the European position, geopolitical position in a new world order. And what I hope we're going to touch upon is perhaps the future of the transatlantic ties, always very important to Europe. Of course, we're going to talk about the global south, one of that sort of themes that have come up more and more. How the EU is positioning itself vis-a-vis that term global south, that I know is nothing homogeneous about that, but still for the point of reference we're going to use it. We're going to talk about perhaps the digital disruption and what that means for the European Union, meaning, in other words, something that is very popular here in Czech Republic, to talk about resilience. So how resilient is the European Union? And with me I have three excellent speakers, starting, of course, with the lady, Carlota Encino Garcia Encina, from the Elcano Institute, expert especially on transatlantic relations. We start with you immediately. This is the sort of thing, we are in November right now, 2023. And in November 2024, there is an event that many Europeans are very afraid of, at least when I speak with people in Brussels and so on. How do you see this future of this transatlantic bond? Will it break?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I mean, if I may, I would like to try to do some predictions about November 2024. I'm sure that I'm going to say something that just 1 or 2% of the audience is going to support. We have Trump. Maybe Trump can be the candidate of the Republican Party. We don't know yet, but if Trump is the Republican candidate, that's good news for Biden. Why? Because Biden won the elections in 2020, because Biden won the midterm elections in 2018, and because Biden won the elections in last November, the midterm elections. So 3 elections. And if we have a look to the polarization of the US, I mean, numbers didn't change that much. Democrats are not going to vote for a Republican president. Republicans are not going to vote for a Democratic president. So at the end, they are going to be the independents who are going to vote and to decide the next elections. And if you ask to the independents, they don't like Biden because of the age. But they don't like Trump either. So at the end, they are going to vote for Biden instead of Trump. So Trump is the candidate, good news for Biden. That's my bet. It is true that we can have another a Republican candidate, not anymore DeSantis, maybe Nikki Haley, and that's good news for Europe. So my point is, European countries are too much focused on the White House. If there's convergence with the White House, for example, we don't talk about European defense or strategic autonomy. If there is divergence with the White House, we're still talking and improve this strategic autonomy. Let's go back. I mean, let's think about the Bush administration. During that time, European countries were, talking about building a European defense. With the Obama administration, we stopped talking about that. But when Obama decided to pivot to Asia, we start talking about this European defense. With Trump, we improve all the steps to a European defense. With Biden, we stopped talking about strategic autonomy. With the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we restart talking about strategic autonomy. So Europe and the European countries have to do their job independently on who is in the White House, a Republican or a Democratic candidate. So I think that's what we need to follow. I mean, we need to do our job. We need to be less dependent. We need to reduce vulnerabilities, and we need to have the foreign policy tools in order to act according to our values and our interests.
I must admit that I was a very bad moderator starting off immediately, because before I would have given the floor to you, I was too excited. I should have said to all of you, in order to ask questions, you need to log in to Slido. Put the passcode and then ask the questions and then upvote questions. So sorry about that. And now I'm going to ask follow-up questions. But let's still imagine, though, this is a hypothetical thing. Trump will be president next year. What are the 3 things you would say to European leaders? What are the 3 policy advices you would give? We talk about, strategic autonomy, boost defense, and so on. But concretely, how should the European prepare for the potential transatlantic disaster that is awaiting us in a year's time?
When I talk about transatlantic relationship, I think on three pillars. It is about the relationship between the European Union and Washington, it's about NATO, and it's about the bilateral relationship. I mean, the three of them are interconnected. So with the Trump administration, looking back to the first Trump administration, he was much more focused on the bilateral relationship instead of the multilateral relationship or or trying to cooperate with the European Union. So if Trump is the next president, he's gonna try to deal just with each country, each capital of Europe. And I would like to say to the European countries that don't do that. I mean, we try to, we need to be united and try to avoid that maybe some countries would like to take advantage of this thing and try to deal just bilaterally with the US. And I think it's not time for that. I mean, you have that bilateral relationship, we need to improve our unity.
Okay, so that's the unity is the one thing, but again, I mean, sure, that's a nice word, but then, I can think about, certain countries in the European Union, and not mentioning names, I would think, a bilateral relationship with Washington would suit me perfectly. What's preventing them from doing that and ignoring a potential common EU position, if there ever is one?
No, I think it's very important. I mean, we have to take to have a good bilateral relationship. We need to be also a reliable ally of NATO, and we have to be a strong member of the European Union. I mean, the three pillars are very important. We have to improve the three pillars. But if we just focus on the bilateral relationship and not in the other one, I mean, I think that's the problem. We need to work on the three of them.
Let's move perhaps a bit to Central Europe now, may I say so? Mateusz Halas from the Institute of International Relations here in Prague. You heard Carlotta speak a lot about transatlantic relationship, but of course other relationships as well to determine the EU's new potentially geopolitical position. What other key relationships are there, and how should the European Union or the EU, Europe, navigate through this?
First, thank you for inviting me to this discussion. I think for Europe, besides the relationship with the United States and Washington, there are two key players that will determine the landscape globally, and that's China on the one hand and Russia on the other hand. We need to plan with a very long perspective ahead. I think that the bad relations with Moscow will prevail for decades. It will not be a matter of a couple of years. We will not get back to normal. I think that we need to count on the fact that the bad relations between the European Union, the West, and Russia will be like that for many, many years to come. That's first. The second is the really superpower competition, if you want, between Beijing and Washington. I think naturally Washington has a lead here. And since we are members of the same community of countries, we need to help each other. The future will depend to a large extent on the outcome of the war in Ukraine that is going on. On the outcome of that war, there are many possibilities. There is an option of the US shifting more and more attention towards in the Pacific, and the Europeans being in a need to take care of their own security environment to an increasing degree. But it really depends on how the war will end and what will be the outcome. So these two factors are crucial for the future, I think.
You mentioned the outcome of the war, and that's going to be crucial. But then again, what if there isn't an outcome? What if this war becomes frozen, which probably looks like the most realistic scenario right now? What then?
I think that's the outcome as well. I mean, it might be the armistice, it might be no armistice, it might be a ceasefire, it might be no ceasefire, it might be frozen conflict. That's one of the possible options that we have to consider as well. So.
And how do you see Europe then in that sort of potential likely scenario? What should the EU, Europe do in case there isn't a clear winner in this conflict?
I don't think that we are currently at the stage when we are able to think through that. We are not doing that. The thing is that if there will be a ceasefire or decrease of intensity of hostilities in coming years, maybe months, I don't know. If there will be a frozen conflict, we need to think about how to prevent future conflicts between Ukraine and between Kiev and Moscow, between Russia and Ukraine. How to prevent reiteration of wars, like we witnessed during the second half of the 20th century in the Middle East between the Arab countries and Israel. The only real remedy to that disease of repeated conflicts is credible deterrence. The only thing I can imagine to achieve that is the integration of Ukraine into NATO. But then the question mark is how to integrate Kiev into NATO if there is a frozen conflict on the territory of Ukraine. I don't think that anyone has an answer to that.
So, of course, EU-NATO enlargement seems to be a potential answer to it. But for that to be credible, what time frames are we talking about here? I know it's very difficult to predict this sort of thing, but something needs to happen. And for that to happen as well, especially EU enlargement, there is considerable reforms needed in the EU as well to welcome new members. So how should European countries, because it is about European countries to a large extent, play on this? Like, what should be their goal going forward? 5 years, 10 years, and so on?
I'm a big fan of prudent planning. First things first. You would not introduce euro without the Maastricht criteria. You will not implement four liberties, a common market, without a single European Act. In my world, you will not enlarge the EU/NATO without clear outcome of the conflict in Ukraine. You need to do first thing first. Solve the war, win the war, and then think about the next step.
Eric Maurice from the Robert Schuman Foundation, an old Brussels face, if I may say so. Welcome to Prague.
Thank you.
You've now heard about both potential NATO-EU enlargement, about transatlantic ties, how difficult they could be. Your thoughts on this? It's already quite a lot to pick up on, and we haven't even come to Global South or digital disruption yet, so a lot to unpack. What's your initial thoughts?
Well, on Ukraine, I would agree with what has been said, that we need an outcome well, there were discussions today on that, on enlargement, on neighborhood policy, but of course, if the war drags on, if it becomes a frozen conflict with still, I think it's 17% of Ukrainian territory being occupied, but the question will be there, even if Ukraine does everything which is needed to close all the enlargement chapters. the big question will be which Ukraine will join the EU. Can it be a Ukraine with a territory, a part of its territory being occupied? And that's the big question, and it hasn't been asked yet, of course, because it's too early for that. But at some point, it will have to be asked if there is no decisive military breakthrough in this war. And as long as this neighborhood question has not been addressed, I was going to say it's difficult for the EU to have a larger strategy. But at the same time, the world is moving on, and we are talking about the European position, and I think it's a very uncomfortable position in the world today, because I see three big trends. They are not the only ones, but three that are very challenging for the EU. The first one is the contestation of the international order and multilateralism. The second one would be the promotion of alternative narratives, alternative values, especially about democracy. When you look at the China-Russia declaration in I think it was in Shanghai a few days before the invasion of Ukraine, what was striking is the whole definition of democracy was just reversed, was subverted by these two countries, and that's a very big challenge for the EU, which is based on democracy. And the third trend is rearmament of powers, and of course the EU hasn't done that. It's not meant to do that, and then it relates to the policies of its member states. So this rules-based order is the world in which the EU could develop itself and could have a global policy, but it's more and more unstable, and the EU is maybe the less equipped to address that. And it is I cannot say the country, I cannot say the power, which is also part of the problem, but the entity which has the more to lose on this evolution of the world order. So my views are that first, the EU should, of course, address and resolve as much as possible the instability in its neighborhood, mainly in Ukraine and the Western Balkans. So it has become an internal policy with enlargement. It's not only now, it's no more only a neighborhood or external policy. It has become an internal policy which raises a lot of new questions and challenges for the EU, mainly reforms and institutional reforms and budget. And at the same time, the EU leaders, because all comes from them, should start thinking of, well, maybe it's a ground term, but of a global strategy of what they want the EU to what is the aim of the EU, not just enlargement or the end of the war or competitiveness. That is part of a larger strategy, but there is still no clear definition of what the EU wants to achieve for itself and on the world stage. And I think that's probably the biggest and the more complicated challenge for the years to come.
So, a bit provocative, according to you, what should be the aim of the EU on the world stage? And should it even have an aim at all? Should it be a global player? Well, can it be a global player?
Yeah, until now, the EU was, it was basically Angela Merkel's view when she was asked what the EU was and what was the purpose of the EU. She said it's a single market, we have to play or to use the strength of the single market. But that's not enough today, because protecting or promoting the single market is one thing, but it's not like that. It's not with protecting the single market that you get support for Ukraine, that you defend yourself if there is hybrid attacks against the EU or destabilization in the neighborhood. It's not like that you can speak on equal terms with China, for instance. Of course, you can play on trade. You can say you are a big trading partner, but that's not enough for the Chinese. Since the aim of China is to get much more than being an economic power, and if you have no sense of what you want to project, if you do not agree not only on how to decide on your positions, but which positions you should have on the world stage, on the big issues of the day. I mean, Israel-Hamas is one of these examples. It's the biggest challenge next to Ukraine of these days. And I mean, we have the Commission President, the EU leaders, the High Representative saying different things. So more than a month after the start of this crisis, we still don't know what the EU wants on this crisis. What is the position of the EU on that? And so you cannot be a global player if on each crisis you're not able to say this is what the EU thinks, this is how the EU wants to, this is what the EU wants to achieve, and this is how it wants to achieve it. And we don't have that. We have that for Ukraine, more or less, because there are still uncertainties on that. And we don't have that absolutely not on Israel-Hamas, for instance.
It seems like you almost want to say the dreaded F word here. Some sort of federation, European federation, in a sense. Huh? Like, it seems like, I mean, like, in the end, that seems like, I know you're not saying it, but it seems like when you're pointing out the difference here, it's sort of like in order for the EU to speak with one voice, well, then it can't be 27 different foreign policies, for example. It has to be one foreign policy. So,
well, do
you dare to say it?
No.
United States of Europe, is that the answer?
I'm not sure. That's the problem, because I think we are in between from at least 2 decades, you know, when all this momentum from the Single Act to the Amsterdam Treaty, we had a lot of changes, a lot of federalism coming in with Euro, with Schengen, with a lot of new policies. And then there was the attempt to have a constitution, which was rejected by France and the Netherlands. And since then, there is no momentum for going forward, going deeper into integration. We have reaction to crisis. So we have new tools, we have new processes. After the Euro crisis, financial crisis, Brexit was also a big show of unity. We have new developments with the war in Ukraine, especially on defense, of course. But nobody is ready to take the big jump to federalism. I mean, public opinions would not allow that, and we would need 27 ratifications, and a lot of countries would not escape referendums on that. So it is the discussion that leaders will have in the years to come for the enlargement, because reforming the EU means having this kind of reflection. But we all know that federalism, apart from a few MEPs and political leaders, no one wants that. So the balance is to be found, and I think it's the evolution we have seen in the last few years with all the crises. We have more intergovernmentalism with the European Council taking more decisions, I mean, a lot of issues are put to the leaders in the European Council, so it's intergovernmentalism. But at the same time, the implementation of the decision has come to the Commission, so this is federalism. So we have both legs, in a way, nation states and the Commission. So maybe the balance is somewhere there, but being said more clearly, with more clarity on who is in charge. We had the discussions also earlier today between the European Council President and the Commission's President, but also the balance between member states and the institutions. And it's not federalism, it's just being clearer on who does what and what we want collectively.
There is a question here that thank you for the slide of questions. Please send in more. That it sort of goes into, and you probably understand why I can ask it to you, Eric, as well. It's about, well, one of the things can be to have an EU seat. a joint EU seat at the UN Security Council? I'm asking that because of your passport, because your country has.
I was going to say, should I answer as a French?
So what about that first step? What about that a generous gesture from France saying, well, okay, let's give up our seat then and create an EU seat at the Security Council?
Well,
Wouldn't that be a first great jump?
The easy answer is to say that you need to reform the status of the UN. And if you open the discussion on the seat, of course, you will have India, Brazil, and a lot of countries asking for this seat. And it's another problem being opened. But yes, it's a big, difficult question for France because, of course, we hear a lot. We are a founding member of the EU. We have a permanent seat. We have nuclear deterrence. So that's these are the three main pillars of, and of course the overseas territories. These are the main pillars of the French influence in the world. But I mean, even if you have a seat at the UN. Well, I don't think it solves the problem of who speaks for, we have a high representative. He should speak for the EU, and the ambassador at the UN would not be in a better position than the high representative. So I don't think in this case, the function would create the mechanism or the agreement. It's not because we would have a seat that we would have a voice. So the right French answer would be France is there to represent the EU's interest.
That is just what I wanted to hear.
Exactly, that's why I say it. But of course, it's a limited answer. It doesn't. It's not relevant to all of the issues. First, we have to agree on what the EU wants to say.
In order to address the challenges, the threats. It's not when you don't really necessarily need to have a proper strategy when everything is all right. You need to have a proper strategy and aim as such at the global stage when there is a big crisis that challenges you. And that's maybe exactly the reason why the EU was so united with respect to what is going on in Ukraine. And that's precisely maybe the reason why it is not so united with respect to what is going on in Gaza.
So, having said that, so should the EU focus largely then on its immediate neighborhood, talking about the eastern neighborhood, maybe the Western Balkans, and perhaps care less about having a united positions on stuff like Gaza, Israel, where it's clear that positions simply are too far apart?
It's not about that you want to do something or care less about something. It's geography, it's proximity. Proximity matters in international politics. It's simple like that.
Grota, the aim?
I think the EU must have the necessary tools to adapt to the current situation. And I think the EU right now, the present moment, has to deal with two things. To the geopolitical competition. We have the US and we have China. We need to have a clear idea about that. What's our role? What is going to be our relationship with the US and what is going to be our relationship with China? That's the first thing. And the second one, we have to deal with the transnational challenges. I mean, pandemics, climate change, food insecurity, energy security. So I think we have these two main strategic challenge, and the EU, I think, must have the tools to adapt to the current situation, geopolitical competition, and transnational threats.
You mentioned the EU in this power struggle, can I say that, between the US and China, and Mr. Borrell famously once said, when it was still the Trump administration, that the EU has to be at equidistance between Beijing and Washington. which caused a lot of uproar at the time, I would say. It was quite a statement. But where do you place then? I know it's different and it's difficult to ask right now, but where should EU position itself on this graph between Washington and Beijing?
I mean, first of all,
because it has to put itself somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we have to talk to Washington and say to them that we have similar interests, but maybe are not the same interest. And we have to try to design our own position. That it doesn't mean that we cannot cooperate with the US and we cannot cooperate with China. We need both. But it is true that our perception of China is so different from the US. So for us, China is much more about technology and markets and also climate change. And we don't see this security level as the US. So we are less worried about Taiwan, for example, and we are not going to send vessels to the Indo-Pacific. And that's our reality as European, and we have to be very determined to that. I think we are talking to Washington, and for example, the main example is that the White House is talking about de-risking. This is a European concept, so I think we can manage. And we can be, I mean, not in between, but to deal with the US because transatlantic relationship, I think, is so important. And at the same time, we can try to deal with China. I mean, China is very skeptical about the US right now and is trying to find us. We have to be very clever and take advantage of that.
You mentioned this concept of de-risking, which was von der Leyen, I believe, who said it for the first time, and now the Americans are saying de-risking instead of decoupling. So sure, that might work with Biden and Democrats to a certain extent, but again, we have the Republicans coming in, and I don't think they will talk about de-risking then. Do you? What's then? What challenges do you see?
First of all, I mean, in the US, in this polarized society and polarized political arena, the only thing where Republicans and Democrats agree is on China. I mean, China is the rival, and both parties had focused on that. And at the same time, I mean, we need to differentiate between the White House and the Congress. The White House is talking about de-risking and not decoupling, but the Congress no. So the problem is the people in the Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives, that are very tough with China. The White House is doing another thing. So I think we need to differentiate. So at the present moment, I think it's very difficult, and Republicans are much tougher against China. So if we have a Republican president, Trump or whatever, the White House is going to be very tough against China.
Anders, what do you see? How do you see the EU position here on China? Will the EU be forced at some point to take a side, or does it have to take a side? Does it matter?
I mean, when it comes to really very difficult choices, then the position of the EU will be quite clear. And in times of crisis, we are allies with the United States. And that's, I mean, full stop. That was the case during the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was lots of debates and disputes and misunderstandings between Paris and Washington. But during the Cuban Missile Crisis, I mean, the United States and France were on the same line, exactly on the same line. There were intense, close consultations, especially with France. And I think this will be the case as well between the EU and the United States when the things will go really hot and there will be, I hope there won't be, but if there would be a crisis that will involve China. But we also need to understand that the American interests vis-à-vis China and the competition vis-à-vis China is something on an entirely different scale compared to Europe. The security interests are involved, defense interests are involved. I mean, it was 7, maybe 6 years ago when the whole professional military education structure in the United States was reshuffled in order to address the threat of China. Nowadays, senior officials, senior officers at the war colleges in the US are dealing with one primary threat, and that's China. The perception is entirely different compared to how we see the picture here in Europe, which is understandable because of a different security, defense interests. And again, there are two, if you want, superpowers, hyperpowers, to use the term of one of your compatriots, and these are the United States and China. So,
Eric, your thoughts on how the EU should manage this very delicate balance between China and US, and where it should position itself?
The issue has different levels. The first one is on facing the rise of an autocratic power or dictatorship. So it's an issue of values. Of course, on that issue, there is no question that we have to be with the US. Then if Trump or a Trump-like president comes to the US, this values dimension may change. I don't mean Trump would be friend with China, but I mean the Summit of Democracies and all this initiative by Biden would not have the same flavor with Trump in the White House. So we would have to see how this changes, but all this is hypothetical. So on values, we should, of course, be with the US. The big difference between the Cold War and the China challenge is the economic dimension, because with the Soviet Union, there was no economic dimension. Soviet Union and the Soviet bloc was not part of the international economic and trade system. China is at the heart of it. So on economy, we have to see where European interest is, questioning US motives, because the US is our ally, our principal ally, but it's also an economic competitor, and we have seen that on many issues, tariffs, the reaction to IRA, or at least the non-consideration of the EU when IRA was designed, and how the White House and Congress reacted to the EU's astonishment of IRA. We have also the question of extraterritoriality and sanctions against European companies. So we have many examples of where the US is an economic competitor, so we cannot align behind the US on all decisions the US would take in relation to China. And there is the technological dimension with the dual use of technologies. And on that, of course, it's the EU's interest to limit the use by China of high technology that could be used militarily. For instance, it was good that this Dutch company making, these machines for chips decided to, or at least accepted the US demand not to export its machines to China. It is also in the EU's interest. But there is also the EU's interest in developing its own. We have the CHIPS Act, where the EU wants to increase its part market share in chips production. So again, does the EU interest completely align with the US interest on that domain? It's not so obvious. So the compass, to use a word that is trendy in Brussels, is to look at first at what is the EU interest, and second, before taking decisions that would align behind the US, see what will be the consequences of it. It's not only a matter of saying, okay, we are with the US against China because of values and because of economic interest, but not all US decisions relating to China would be good for the EU as well. So we have to keep that in mind.
Of course, when we talk about China, another issue, and perhaps the thing that I understand that many in the European Union and perhaps in the wider West have been sort of shocked about when it comes to the Ukraine war is the global South and the fact that they haven't really aligned, let's say, when it comes to, for example, imposing sanctions on Russia. Most of them sort of support resolutions in the UN and so on, but it seems like the EU, Europeans have been caught a bit flat-footed when it comes to perhaps winning a narrative, because it is about narratives as well in the global South, that Russia, China have been smoother there than we might have expected. And I know very well that global South is far from a homogeneous place. It's very different. So perhaps can we tease out that a bit? Like, what are you surprised about how the global South have acted in general when it comes to Ukraine? Can the European Union still play a role with the global South, you think? Or are we seen inevitably as, you know, the old colonizer that should rather just step out? Carlotta?
About the global South, I mean, when we talk about this concept, this global South is, it's like thinking it's like comparing to the West. I mean, the West and the rest. Just think that thanks to Putin, this idea of the West as a whole re-emerged, thanks to Putin, that after the Ukrainian war, the West is wider. NATO, for example, as a main example of the principal example of the West, incorporate more countries, is looking to the Indo-Pacific, is looking to the South, is improving in its defense budget, is rearming, is changing strategy. So on the one hand, we have, I think, a stronger West, and at the same time, we have a West that is becoming alone because of this global South. The global South, the majority of these countries were against the aggression of Russia, but they are not following us in the responses because they are suffering the main consequences: food security, energy security, inflation. But also, they don't follow us in this rise of China. And also, if we go back to the pandemic, if you remember how the West managed the vaccines, this was against the global South. So this is not something, this is not something new. We have to go back. It is true that right now we can hear more voices from the global South. That doesn't mean that we are weaker. I think the West is stronger. And this doesn't mean that there are not areas for cooperation. Maybe they don't follow us in some things, some responses, but we can find some areas to cooperate. And I think all these issues about raw materials, semiconductors, I think there's a space for cooperation between the EU and this global South.
is there any particular area in the global south you think that there is more chance for the EU, for Europeans to be more successful? I think for example, Latin America could be a potential place where, and you know why I'm asking that as well.
As a Spaniard?
No, but it just
I mean,
seems
there was under the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, this was this important meeting with Latin American countries, and I think we are doing something with Latin American countries, but we have an internal problem. I mean, in Brussels, Latin America is not an issue. I was in Brussels last week. There was a meeting, Friends of Europe, I think so, and they had, I mean, in a room, there were like several working groups, EU and the US, EU and Africa, EU, China, EU in the Pacific, no Latin America. So Latin America in Brussels is not an issue. So, for example, from the Spanish perspective, and with this presidency, we are trying to put Latin America in Brussels. So that's the main thing, the main step. And I think if we can do that, we have an opportunity. Raw materials in Chile, for example, that's something very important. We are trying to deal with that. And I'm not sure if this is, if Washington agree with this, but I mean, of course, there's an opportunity. And also, this is something you have to talk to the Latin Americans, because usually they tend not to be involved in international affairs. I mean, they don't care, so they need also to do their own work.
Matusz, in Global South, is it a problem that they don't seem to follow Western moves, I would say, both when it comes to Ukraine, but perhaps also towards China and so on? Is it a problem, or do we care too much about it? Are we strong enough without them? That's a rough question, but still.
It was in Kyoto a couple of years ago. I was traveling with my wife around Asia. We were having a discussion with a French friend who founded and ran a boulangerie in Kyoto, in Japan. And during the discussion, he told us one thing that I remember until today. He told us, the world is not a supermarket. What he meant is that we tend to go around the world and tend to expect the same things as in our local supermarket around the corner. We tend to expect the same services wherever we go. We tend to expect the same attitudes wherever we go. Wherever we go, we tend to ask for the same thing and expect the same response. That's not how it works. And it's pretty natural that different countries have different interests. They have different expectations. They behave differently. We should probably more try to respect that, which doesn't mean that we should resign upon our own values. It means that we should stand firm for our values, but we cannot approach different corners of the world and expect that we will find the same things around the world all the time. The world is not a supermarket, if that might be the answer to your question.
But how come, I mean, it seems at least that the Russians, the Chinese understand that better than us. Are we just defeatist?
We are just defeatist.
Yeah, you think that they have the same issues?
I have absolutely no doubt that the West can and will strategically outperform China or Russia. I have absolutely no doubt about that from a long-term perspective. Even economically, strategically, I have full confidence in the West. I'm anything but defeatist here.
It's nice to finally hear someone say something so positive here. Like, what is that grounded in?
I think we are better able to adapt to changing circumstances. their systems, the system of China, the system of Russia, is very rigid, and it is designed exactly to prevent adaptation. Our system, side effects of a design of our system, our liberal democracy, is that we are able to adapt better. Thanks to liberties, thanks to recurrent iterations of the election cycle, thanks to our ability to vote new leaders with new ideas, even if they are sometimes not really experienced, but even that might be an advantage. So really, we are geared better to perform better than China or Russia.
Eric, do you share this sudden dash of your optimism? And
Yeah, I do.
Can that be? But can we? Okay, you share it, but can that be somehow transposed to the global South? Can we present a rather positive picture to them, saying that, guys, you are the one, you should listen to us, not to Beijing and Moscow?
Well, I will give two examples. The one dating from yesterday, there was the signature of the new agreement between the EU and the ACP countries, Africa, Caribbean, Pacific, 79 countries. So that's a framework for cooperation, or at least relations, with half of the UN, and that's how the EU is presenting it, which is not anecdotic. So that means that the EU continues to engage with the South. It's mainly African countries, and so it's the South. And the second example, which is half optimistic and half illustrating what I said before, is the Global Gateway Summit 2 or 3 weeks ago in Brussels. The Global Gateway is this initiative by the European Commission to create partnerships for investment in countries in Africa, in Latin America, to develop projects. It is the EU answer to the Belt and Road Initiative by China. And I'm optimistic because it's a response to what China has done with EU characteristics, meaning we are not imposing our way of doing things. We are not imposing our plans. We are not like China saying you should do this and this, and we give you the money, and if you don't repay, you will have problems. So that's how the EU is adapting. But the problem is that it has not been presented as it was just a technocratic tool after others, but it is a really new way of relating to these countries in the South. So yes, there is adaptation, there is a new way of doing things. And I see you ask me to
No, not at all. I'm sliding to the slider here. Thanks for the questions. Actually, the question that's been most upvoted is a question regarding to Cyprus and how it joined the EU despite having 40% of its territory still occupied or under its control. That probably pertains to the questions we had before on how to accept Ukraine into EU, NATO. So any of you really, like the Cyprus solution, can that be a viable solution when it comes to at least the EU entry of Ukraine? Eric, you seem
yeah, because I was having this discussion last night with one of the participants of the summit. Of course, proportionally, Cyprus is more occupied than Ukraine, but when Cyprus joined 2004, it was 30 years after the Turkish invasion, and it's really a frozen conflict in the sense that, okay, there is Turkish occupation, but I mean, there is a kind of status quo. It's not solved, but Turkey is not trying to invade the rest of Cyprus, and at that time was respecting this status quo, which is not the case with Ukraine, and we don't see with the current Russian regime how the situation could be as stable as in Cyprus. So that's. And in terms of square kilometers, of course, it's much bigger in Ukraine than in Cyprus, which is also another problem. So I think it's difficult to compare. Of course, it's the same kind of situation, but the relation with the occupying power would not be the same at all.
Match, what do you think about this? Is it possible a Cyprus solution for Ukraine? Or is it completely two different?
Just a couple of thoughts. If there would have been shooting across the contact line / border in Cyprus, Cyprus would not have got into the EU. That's first. The second, we were both lucky and unlucky that Turkey is a member of NATO. We were lucky because it's an ally. We were unlucky because that membership problem is causing a real issue in cooperation between the EU and NATO. And the situation would have been completely different in case if Turkey was not an ally, like for example Russia, and if there had been a shooting across the contact line, then I don't think that the Cyprus would have entered the EU, and that's precisely the case for Ukraine, unfortunately, at the moment.
That brings me to another question that the audience has asked. Sort of, what that comes with NATO and Ukrainian membership? Sort of, what dangers to Europe would it bring accepting NATO, accepting Ukraine into NATO, but without the occupied territories? So that's sort of the same thing. Can that be done, or is it too dangerous for the rest of NATO? Anyone tempted to speak about the dangers of doing such a thing, but on NATO instead?
I think it is possible. It depends on Ukraine, that's first, and probably it should be the final answer. But it also depends on the hostilities across the contact line. If there won't be any hostilities, potentially that might be the case. But then we just need to think more about the adversary. So imagine yourself being a very old man with a very low strategic ability to think strategically, and you are in Kremlin, and you're seeing the process of Ukraine just getting into NATO. Let's say the accession protocol is signed, and you have a ratification process in individual member states. You have no hostilities across the contact line in Ukraine. What would you do as a leader of the Russian Federation in order to prevent the Ukraine to enter NATO and to hinder the ratification process? You will just restart the hostilities.
Shoot rockets across the line.
Exactly. Now the problem is that if Russia wants to prevent Ukrainian entry into NATO, when we get very simple, when we oversimplify the things, unfortunately it might be the case that Russia just can continue with the hostilities and shooting a couple of shells across the contact line indefinitely. Low scale or low level contact, low level warfare or intensity of hostilities. And I don't think we have an answer to that.
Any thoughts on this?
I think I don't see that probability in the foreseeable future. I remember when Spain became a member of NATO. For us, NATO, this was 1982, NATO was a club of democracies. So at the present moment, I mean, Ukraine is under martial law. So I think it's not possible. And secondly, I mean, you need the majority, I mean, you need the approval from each NATO country. And I'm not sure if that's possible at the present moment. I think it is not possible right now, and we have to wait, because this is a country fighting a war until under a martial law. And also, I mean, I tend to remember in 2008 with NATO summit, with George Bush, trying to convince the European allies to accept Ukraine. And it wasn't able to do that. Spain says no, France, other European countries, so we have to think about that.
On the other hand, though, in Vilnius, it seemed actually that the European countries were a bit keener to bring in Ukraine, perhaps not immediately, and the Americans were the ones who actually said no immediately. So has there been a shift there, or were just Europeans hiding behind America, perhaps? What, you have any thoughts on that? Because it seems it sort of has been a slight shift, at least, in some European capitals, that Ukraine must come into the military alliance.
I think at the present moment, I mean, the Washington, and this is not on the paper in Washington D.C. Let's see if in Washington in the next summit is going to happen, but I don't think so. I mean, we have elections. We have this problem trying to approve more funds to Ukraine. So right now it's a huge problem. I mean, it's something that the Biden administration doesn't want to talk about it.
Do you want to comment on that? Or is
no, I think it's also a question of coherence for the EU. You cannot say that Ukraine is going to join the EU and start the process without saying Ukraine can join NATO, because the conditions are the same, basically. And the fact that the US is more reluctant, it's first because of internal debate and the elections that are coming, but also because in NATO everything comes in the end to the US, and in terms of managing the process and the eventual potential Russian reactions, of course it will involve the US probably more than the Europeans in terms of decisions and involvement.
There is a question here that perhaps is aimed at you, Eric, because you sort of talk about would it help to have an EU single military, or at least a single defense budget, or a joint purchase of military equipment to make an economy of scale? Would that be something that, at least as a low-hanging fruit, would be something to develop? That's perhaps something that the Americans would like the Europeans to do as well. Perhaps, I say.
Perhaps, yeah, because of course we see traditionally and recently that Europeans need to buy weapons, and of course the US is more than happy to provide them. I think it's 78% of weapons bought by Europeans since the start of the war comes from the US. So in terms of defense industry, joint procurement, of course, it's a way of having more European capabilities that can be used by Europeans in NATO. And the US is asking that. Even Trump was asking that. We didn't listen to Trump without passion when he was speaking, but when he said the Europeans have to take their part of the burden, of course, he was right that the Europeans need to invest in their defense and need to invest in common developments of capabilities and weapons. Trump wasn't saying that, but that's the conclusion the Europeans should draw from that. And all this is different from having a single, I don't know how it was said, but a single army or single...
Let's say a single budget.
A single budget.
A single European military budget.
Single without national budget, I don't think that's possible. No.
But as a top, maybe? Could that be something you think?
Well, in terms of investment, and that exists already, very small, but we are waiting for a new proposal by the Commission, and of course the trend is to have more EU money for defense projects. And what is interesting is to see that if you take the example of ASAP, the program for ammunition for Ukraine, the idea came from Estonia, and the push for that came from the Baltic states, which traditionally were the most maybe reluctant to any talk of European defense or European pillar of NATO. But now that we see it is useful for Europeans for their own security. So yeah, I think now everyone agrees. The big question is, and we see that with the Franco-German project of a new fighter jet or a new tank, it's very difficult to go beyond the national oppositions between companies, and that's another problem, I think.
I just want to mention one element that sometimes I think we miss. In Europe and in my country, in Spain, for example, politicians tend to think that, we don't like, we have these pacifist ideas, we don't want to improve our defense budget, we don't like wars, we don't like armed forces. And according to some surveys, if you ask to the Spanish public, if you want to improve your defense budget in order to contribute to the European security, they say yes. If you say NATO, because sometimes the Spanish public opinion, related NATO with the US or US militarism or imperialism or whatever, they say no. So maybe if we talk about the contribution to the European defense among European citizens, I'm sure that they are going to say yes. Maybe we need to think about it.
And again, when it comes to these sort of, because it seems like it's a lot about narratives as well, especially trying to sell something like that. So NATO, yes, but in a European way, NATO has more difficult, but European a bit more sort of could work. Do you think that, for example, when we talk about sort of fighter jets, like the Franco-German thing, could the Spanish come in there as well, you think? Is that sort of a thing? I know they are, but okay, but something else, like where because often I have a feeling that there's a weariness in the EU because something is Franco-German. And it gets something better when you put another sticker on it. Estonia, for example. Could Spain play that role?
Yes, we are trying to do so. It is true that when you talk about Europe, especially you go to Washington and you talk about Europe, they always think about France and Germany. And we say, hey, we are here in the south, a Mediterranean country, a European country, looking to the south, looking to the Atlantic, with links with Latin America. And apart from that, we are very proud of our contribution to the European defense and to NATO, because we are part of every operation, every NATO operation, and every European operation. We are, we are engaged in the Baltics since Crimea in 2014. And we are trying to push to other flanks, for example, the south. And in NATO, for example, we are trying to say that we have also a southern flank. Maybe the primary role is not going to be NATO, but maybe, yes, the European Union. So I think we try to do that. It's not easy as a middle-sized country, but yes, this is something that we are trying to do, and also with other countries and other Southern European countries, for example.
Panelists, we have about 5 minutes left, and now we need to sum up. So I would like us to do some sort of crystal ball gazing, as always. And we by some weird science, we are sitting here again in 5 years' time, talking about same thing, the European position in this geopolitical order. So we are in November 2028 right now. Will it be clearer where the European position is? Will it be a clear European position? Or were we too negative when we look back at 2023? Were we too positive? Where are we in 5 years' time? If it's too difficult, say 10. But will the EU have found itself on the global stage, or will it still consider to meander and be at the mercy of the bigger, more aggressive powers like China and United States and other global South actors? Eric, you will go first.
Okay. So 2028, it's
2030, whatever.
Okay. No,
we're older and grayer, that's for sure.
Elections in between, which can have a big influence, and I'm not talking only about the US. I'm talking about 2027 in France, for instance, which can have. But I would say that if all goes well, enlargement will be, I don't think for 2030, but well engaged with the process for EU reforms. So I think the EU will be much focused on internal reforms to develop a grand strategy for the world. But it doesn't mean that it will not act, because as Carlotta said, and Matusz, it's good at reacting to crisis and adapting. So we will still have probably new decisions, new tools and new programs, but in terms of big thinking, it will be more internal than external, I think.
Matusz, ever the optimist? Are we dominating the world in 5 years?
So it's 2030, I'm sitting here, and I'm thinking, thanks God I'm still alive. No nukes exploded in Ukraine. I think Ukraine will still not be in the EU. It will still not be in NATO. I agree with you that the EU will be preoccupied with internal reforms to prepare itself maybe for the enlargement. I think the hostilities in Ukraine will be significantly decreased. I think there will be no hostilities in 7 years. I don't think, unfortunately, that Ukraine would liberate all the territories. I think that economic stagnation in China will hit hard already by that time, so I'm very optimistic. And I don't think there will be a war anywhere close to Taiwan, luckily as well. That's it.
Quite positive, actually, somewhat. I mean, I was expecting more doom and gloom. But the boys talked about navel-gazing to a certain extent, looking into sort of reforms and so on. What do you think, 2028?
I'm
30.
Optimistic by nature. 2030, I see the European Union as the indispensable partner. So, partner, we are not going to be anymore in a unipolar world. So I think the EU must try to be this indispensable partner in order to deal or to be in this geopolitical competition. We are going to manage ourselves, and then also, and I think it's even more important, the partner dealing with the transnational challenges.
So it's indispensable partner to whom? Or everyone? Or do you have some sort of selected friends?
Of course.
This indispensable partner of Europe of yours?
I mean, our relationship with the White House is going to be great. We are going to compete and we are going to cooperate. And the same is going to happen with China. And Latin America finally is going to have a seat or have a voice in Brussels. And we are going to deal with the Sahel. For us, it's a big problem right now. So, wonderful.
And on that wonderful note, I thank you all very much. And please give a big round of applause to our great panelists. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion. It was a pleasure to listen to your speeches. Please stay now in this room, and I would like to ask our speakers to move to the audience, because we will move in our program to the very last stage. So just give us a few seconds, so we will set up the stage here, and we will proceed with the awarding ceremony, because as last year, again, we have a vision for Europe Award. Our organizational team is just preparing the scene. So please, again, stay here in this room with us for the last awarding ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the stage is ready for the ceremony, so we can start as we successfully concluded all panels and all chats and all roundtables scheduled for this afternoon, and it is my pleasure to open the last part of today's program here in the Golden Hall of Lichtenstein Palace. As I told at the beginning, this year European Summit, we will continue our tradition of bestowing an award for people whose ideas and activities shape Europe, people who are actively advocating for a common prosperous and peaceful European future. Let me remind you that last year, the Vision for Europe Award was given to Karel Schwarzenberg, one of the founding fathers of modern Czech diplomacy, who recently, unfortunately, left us. Czechia and Europe has lost a lot, but a huge legacy and inspiration remain. Inspiration for diplomats, politicians, and also for the whole European society. I personally hope that more and more personalities will fight so hard for freedom, for democracy, and for European values and cooperation. And I also hope that every year we will have the possibility to award new person and to talk about a new or another story of person who is dedicated to a European spirit. And the time to do this is right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite here to the stage Věra Jourová, Vice President of the European Commission. Please, Ms. Jourová, take a seat. And it is also my pleasure to welcome here also Mr. Tomáš Dub, Czech Deputy Minister of European Affairs, as he will bestow the award. Please, Mr. Dub, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to stand before you today to present the Vision for Europe Award. Before doing so, I would like to share a few words about the person to whom this esteemed award rightfully belongs, Věra Jourová. Věra Jourová is an outstanding Czech politician and the current Vice President of the European Commission. Her journey in European politics has been marked by determination, the overcoming of challenges, and a steadfast dedication to the principles and values that bind us together as Europeans. Her path to becoming a key figure in European politics wasn't without challenges. She faced them head-on, demonstrating resilience and proving that relying on freedom and justice is the right way to go. Her ability to navigate and overcome wrongful persecution, particularly formidable challenge in the realm of politics, speaks volumes about her character in the face of adversity. Věra Jourová has made a profound impact on the European landscape. Her vision for Europe extends beyond borders, encompassing a dedication to strengthening democracy and safeguarding human rights. Through her advocacy, she made a genuine impact in initiatives against disinformation, ensuring media pluralism, and preserving fundamental freedoms such as protection of personal data, or striving that rules that govern our offline world do apply also online. In a sense, she has been a steadfast guardian of the integrity of democratic institutions across the European Union. Another vital aspect of her vision is upholding the rule of law within the European Union. She has been at the forefront of initiatives to ensure that all member states adhere to legal principles and respect democratic norms. Mrs. Věra Jourova's decade-long service as a member of the European Commission will be remembered. Her dedication to fostering a more united and prosperous Europe serves as an inspiration to future generations of European leaders. Dear Věra, thank you for everything. Your dedication has not only shaped Europe's present, but also laid the foundation for a more promising future.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am really honored and humbled even after hearing the words of Mr. Dub about being granted the prize, the Vision for Europe Award, which I find to be a recognition not only of my work, but also of my team. I have somewhere here Monika Ladmanová. Where are you, Monika? She was 8 years with me in the cabinet. Dan Brown, Eduard Hulicius. I am so thankful for my team for all achievements, which also Mr. Deputy Minister mentioned here. I have to say one thing at the beginning. I travel a lot in my job. I go to different continents, different countries, different regimes even. And on many places I felt or I saw that somebody is opening the door for me, helping me to go in. And I speak about three personalities: the gatekeepers and those who were helping me to open the door were always Václav Havel, Madeleine Albright, and Karel Schwarzenberg, because these three personalities were well known globally, and I have to say that it was always a great chance for me to have the door open, but also not to disappoint by what I say and what I do in the room, and to keep the good name of Czech personalities, also Czech politics high. I understood that my task for today is to share with you my vision of Europe. It will be long, in spite of the fact that I could summarize my idea about the vision for Europe as a plan, as a direction of travel. I can summarize it in one sentence. I think that it's simple. Europe should remain a good address for people to live, to study, to work, to make free life choices, and to enjoy the space of freedom. And to achieve that, it's a hard work, continuous hard work, because we have not made it forever. There was some naive idea, I remember those times, I call it era of innocence, sometimes around 2014-15 still, when we thought that we live some kind of a lucky end of history, when we don't have to fight for the basic values like democracy, freedoms, fundamental rights, and rule of law. We now see that it requires a lot of everyday hard work from all of us. In my journey, in my work in the Commission, and you know, I received an easy portfolio of values. It's helpful to remember what kind of Europe we had as Czechs and Slovaks before 1989, because this is exactly that kind of Europe we don't want, or I don't want to see again. Freedom of speech, free media, forget it. You are very young here in the audience, I can see. So I will share with you my memories. Forget it. free media, it didn't exist. One official doctrine, everybody who wanted to deviate from it was under the risk of jail. Independent judges, forget it, because the judges' task was to serve the party and the state, not the law and the citizens. Suppressed civil society, non-existent civil society, in fact. Planned economy, which we all saw that it is going in the direction of crash, but still we had to live in it. No respect for the truth and just propaganda. So this is helping me in my everyday work to remember this is what we must not see anymore in Europe. So I want to speak about two subvisions under my simple main vision of keeping Europe a good address for people. The first one is modern Europe, modern democratic Europe. And the second vision, stronger, much stronger Europe as a global player. The first one, modern democratic Europe. I have been asked very often whether democracy can survive digitalization and artificial intelligence. And my answer is, because I do not belong to the alarmists or paranoid people who say technologies will kill everything we know, I always say it can enhance democracy. It can help to develop participatory democracy, open up, to make closer link between the politicians and the citizens, more direct communication. But at the same time, we have to address the risks which are stemming from the digitalization. And so it's part of my work now that we really try hard to find the money to invest in technologies so that they help to create the modern Europe and to attract the big brains to Europe and to help the people to get the skills to be able to work on this European technological dream. And at the same time, doing that, supporting digitalization and modern technologies, we have to bear in mind that it won't be easy to adapt to it. Not everybody will have an easy path to adapt to the new technological world. So when working in this field, I always have in mind that in all that technological noise, Europe must not lose the soul. Europe must not lose the spirit, the values, and Europe must not lose itself. And ladies and gentlemen, if I would have been honored to speak here maybe 2-3 months ago, at this place, in this moment, I would speak about the need of everyday hard work to support democracy at its best, old good democracy in new shape, being shaped also by technological development. I would speak about checks and balances. I would have spoken about respect for human dignity and fundamental rights, freedom of speech, honesty and solidarity. I would have spoken about all the things which Jan Patočka was thinking about. I think it was him who was trying to find out what are the things which are worth suffering, these universal values. I wanted to speak about them as well today, but I cannot leave it too much space because I cannot help it. I think that we are losing ourselves very easily. Again, in Europe, we see David stars on the buildings. In Berlin, in Paris, in many other places. And after so many years of saying never again, we see it again. And I remember many speeches I gave. When I did something I would call, maybe a little bit in awkward English, historical bashing. I was referring to the 30s of the last century. And I was asking, how was it possible that the society was so indifferent, so passive, when they saw the increased hatred and violence against the Jewish compatriots. We are there again. So I think that all of us who have some influence in the society have to raise voice and say, never again, we will not let it happen again. And I have to add also one thing, that the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the Middle East war, which has this mirroring in Europe and in the United States and many other places, these horrible new realities are giving us now the historical chance to recognize clearly what is the good and what is the evil, and to behave in the right go into the right direction and do the right things. This is the historical chance, because we see that we failed this chance in the previous century. Again, I think it was Jaroslav Seifert who compared the last century with the slaughter rack full of blood. I have to say never again, and it's the task for all of us. So this is the chance to take lesson and remain ourselves. Indifference and passivity is blessing the evil. And we politicians cannot do this magic that we will wake up and not let these things happen. We cannot do it ourselves. I have to come back to the digital topic, because we share the power with digital gods. When I went for the first time to Silicon Valley in 2016 or 17, you know, who know me, I sometimes make very incorrect jokes, and I said, I go to US to kiss the rings of the digital gods. It was before GDPR. Then the gods started to understand that in the EU we mean it, that we want regulation for the digital space. But I felt that they have the power which is not balanced with responsibility. I remember how bizarre it was when the bosses of the big tech asked me in Silicon Valley in 2017, what is it, Catalonia? What should we think about that? We have millions of requests to kill this or that website or link of communication. And I realized that in Silicon Valley, they have the power to influence what's happening in Spain. And I realized we have to start thinking about decreasing the power, about the smart, hopefully proportionate regulation, but also we have to cooperate with them. And I remember well, it was in 2018, sometimes at the Congress of Liberals, I said, you will see, we will have one day to choose between Zuckerberg and Putin. It was shocking for many, but I thought this is the proper thing to say, because we cannot win all the battles. We need allies, and to have digital gods as allies, for the moment, it's the most smart decision we are making. So indeed, we are regulating, but at the same time, we discuss with them how to decrease the level of hatred online and how to decrease the risk that this hate speech will spill over to the real world, which is, by the way, already happening. So I think that it was right after the invasion of Russia to Ukraine that I asked the platforms, now choose the right side of the history. So I don't want to say that it's ideal, but we need to cooperate and we need to regulate at the same time. Digital space, it's our choice if it will be the space used well for education, communication, connecting people, enlightenment, or hatred, brainwashing, and manipulation. And still, it's our choice to work in the direction of the first option, so the technology serving the people. The same applies when it comes to artificial intelligence, which we now try to start regulating to diminish, to minimize the risk of the possible bad use of artificial intelligence. What we are doing now is to set the rules in the way which will always enable us, human beings, to govern the AI and not to let the AI to govern us. In other words, we tried to create the safeguards or the guarantee that the tiger will not leave the cage. And again, for Europe, it's a double thing. AI might be a fantastic chance, at the same time, big risk. I think I speak too long, and still I need to share with you how I see the vision of stronger Europe on the global scene. Do you want to hear it? Still, you are very patient. Thank you for that. Again, I have to refer to the era of innocence. I remember the times when I was starting my journey in the European Commission 2014. We still lived in some kind of dream or doctrine of lucky complacency that to be just economic tiger, it's enough for Europe. And we now see that this is not true anymore. And it's the historical necessity for us to react on global or external big moves and big challenges. We need to collect all the courage we have to grow geographically, politically, to become more resilient, less dependent on those who do not hesitate to abuse our dependencies. We need to do everything to be able to efficiently defend ourselves, our interest in the world, but also our own security and our own autonomy. We have to speak more and do more when it comes to the European economic security in the broadest sense, but not only economic security, cybersecurity, food security, many other sectors might be under big threat. And we have to define the threats and take necessary efficient measures. We have to reconfigure our partnerships in the world. We need diversity and to pay with trust to those who deserve it, expecting the same from us. We have to strengthen our alliances. Now it's quite obvious that we need strong alliance with the rest of democratic world. The world development is varying. At this moment, 72% of people live in authoritarian regimes. The rest are democracies. And we need to cooperate and we need to try with all possible means to enlarge our influence also on the regimes where democracy is not at home. We should become more transactional and demanding in our trade agreements. Of course, without forgetting to take permanent pressure or to make a permanent pressure on human rights and values. We need to defend Europe better. We need to increase significantly investments in defense, in security. We need to strengthen our cooperation with NATO. We need to do much more against foreign manipulation and interference and foreign propaganda. This is the core of my job, as Mr. Vice Prime Minister mentioned. Yes, we do a lot against foreign propaganda and disinformation, which we define as disinformation produced in a coordinated manner with the intention to do harm to the society. It does have definition. The disinformation which we have to fight against has definition. It's not true what I hear very often. We cannot fight against something we cannot define. It has definition and we work with it. Today in the afternoon I got the green light for the Defense of Democracy package, which should shed light on the foreign contracts which are paid by the third country governments in order to influence the European political decisions. And so there are still a lot of things to do to defend Europe in the best possible way. Speaking about foreign propaganda, especially Russian propaganda, it's a multi-million weapon turned against us. And I said it already in 2014, after invasion to Crimea. And I repeated it publicly in 2020, that disinformation is a part of Russian military doctrine, and it's well paid. As a consequence, I appeared on the Russian sanctions list as the only high-level European politicians. So, Mr. Deputy Minister, this is not the first award I received. We have to defend Europe against unfair imports of goods on steroids. And, you know, here I have in mind, especially China, we have to work more and more intensively with the United States on common programs. And we have to work more against organized, irregular migration, which is a big threat to Europe. So the advice, I will be leaving soon, but I will have advice for my followers. So to be stronger in world, in global scope, we should remain open, self-confident, strategic, and assertive if needs to be. Ladies and gentlemen, last thing to mention under the chapter of Let's Grow Geopolitically, of course, enlargement. We need to open the gate for new countries. It's a historical necessity to enlarge the territory of the EU. I am very much in favor of staged enlargement. So first invite the countries to our single market, to different technological investments, many things on the labor market. There is a very big scope for cooperation without full membership. I think that we need to invite the countries to cooperate more on cybersecurity and defense. And I think that this is becoming the truth, because already we offered the Western Balkan countries such strategy, and we don't hear anymore, this is just the excuse for not taking us fully in. I think that old Europe must get ready for newcomers. And we have to manage it so that it's a win-win situation. It needs to have reasonable timeline and merit-based process. So none of those countries which want to join the EU will have it for free. There is no fast track for anyone. There is one change, big change, when we discussed the enlargement in 2015. I remember very well Jean-Claude Juncker, who said strict no enlargement during my mandate. It was the situation when Europe could say noble no, a little bit high nose. I would even say a little bit arrogant. Now we are in a completely different situation, because European Union needs to enlarge and needs to invite new member states so that to be stronger exactly in that global competition. So I think that this isn't a new positioning, which is not weakening the EU, but I think it's already a big progress that we will realize that. It's Europe's existential strategic interest. So let's do it, and let's do it in a reasonable time. I am going to Ukraine on Sunday this week. I want to speak to the people who are leading the anti-corruption bodies, Ministry of Justice, and the detectives, and the people whose task is to check the declarations of assets, and whose task is to fight against oligarchs. These people, in my view, are very brave and courageous. I want to speak to them. I want to hear how these institutions are ready to fight against corruption in Ukraine. And I want to go there to understand and to support Ukraine, because I think that it's worth admiring what they are doing when the bombs are falling on their heads. And I want to say one last thing on enlargement. Ukrainians are the only nation which signed their application for the EU membership by their own blood. And the first victims of that were in Maidan many years ago. So this is where I wanted to share with you my vision of good address, stronger abroad or in the world, and modern democracy inside. I will be watching whether this vision is coming true. I would wish to see that. And I would like all of us to take part of the tasks in that direction, because of course it's not that just job for the Commission or the politicians. Thank you very much.
Dear Vice President, dear Deputy Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inspiring discussions and speeches. We will continue tomorrow at 9 a.m., but before all we say goodbye, please join us for informal reception, which will be served right downstairs. And yes, thank you for your attention and see you all downstairs. Thank you very much. Thank you.